They are the ones who shout the most. They are the ones who complain the most. They are the ones who cry foul the most. But they are the ones who perpetrate the most violence in the country. They are the ones who trigger and instigate violence in homes through their kids, through their mates, even their husbands. They are the one who push for it. They are the chief domestic violence perpetrator. But
okay, Emeka, but this is what
men,
I want you to do.
Let me land. When men now react, they rush to cry the most. They rush to speak more. Women speak more. I'm not saying women don't go through those violence, but I will tell you that the statistics and the facts don't hold waters. Women are the most vicious domestic violence perpetrator in
Emeka,
every
can
marriage.
I say to you,
Go
I
ahead.
beg to differ, and I'll tell you why.
You can bear to differ. That's just like the
Yes.
way I differ with you. I differ with
Yes,
you
yes,
because
which
you know
yes,
why.
which
You see,
which is okay.
you know
That's
why.
we're having a conversation.
Men suffer in silence, right? Which man? I know men I know men whose wife beats them, but they can't come out to say it because it's shameful. It is unheard of. It is
But Emeka,
unmanly.
the point I'm trying to make, I agree with you. You cannot compare that percentage with the percentage of women who get abused. When I say
What
abuse,
kind
I'm
of
not using the
abuse?
word, hold on, Emeka. I'm not using the word physical abuse. There's something called physical abuse and emotional abuse, financial abuse. I can go on. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. Let's keep an open mind.
Now
And
let's
that's why I came in for us to.
take out physical abuse, right? Because I've just told you, women are the ones who they are the ones who will first slap you, they are the ones who will first shout at you, they are the ones who will abuse you the first, right? And when you react, they are the ones who will go and tell everybody in the world. Now, emotional abuse. Women are the most emotional abuser in the world. They are the ones who will not allow their husband to touch them. They are the ones who would not allow their husband to enjoy their marital obligations. So, what emotional abuse are you talking about here? When I keep saying
Emeka,
when I keep saying, wait, hold on,
what
guys,
you
hold on,
preach
guys, hold
is
on, guys,
totally,
hold on, guys, hold on,
homophobia
guys,
and misogyny. Let me just tell you against women. That's not right.
Wait. When women come out to play these nasty games of saying I'm being emotional abused, and you investigate thoroughly, you find out they are the ones who are the perpetrator, right? So, what emotional abuse are you saying? Now, maybe you say your husband says, okay, he wants to have somebody else. Our culture, I started with our ancestors and those who created us. Do not frown against a man having more than one wife. If you don't like it, get out. If you like it, stay in. But our culture don't frown
But
against
Emeka,
it.
you're still
Now,
going back to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I am saying to you, when you come from a culture where they frown out divorce and the woman cannot come out openly, a lot of these women depend on their husband financially, even those that don't depend on their husband financially. The point I'm trying to make to you is this, Emeka. At a point, everything you just stated, please tell me where a man is wrong. All the statements you made, you never said anything about, oh, men do this, men did that. I agree with some of the things you say. All I'm saying is let's have a balance in our conversation.
Sorry,
as
can I
to
come in?
acknowledge. Yes,
Sorry.
as to hold on, I'm
Let's
sorry. Can I finish? Then you can
okay.
speak. As to give a balance, like a lot of our women go through a lot. I'm not saying
no,
our women are
don't
saints.
be specific. I am a man who will speak on, who will stand on context. Be specific with the context. What is a lot? What is a lot that women are going through? Now, let's be very open here. Now, when you say, oh, women don't have a voice, I challenged you. I pushed back. We have senators who are women, who are women. Senator Ireti Kingibe is there. The woman from Kogi is there. So if you want to aspire to become the highest office, you can as a woman. You only have to come out and compete. But let's be honest here, women tend to go towards feminine roles, and men will also traject towards masculine roles. Women love to nurture. So that is why many of them will go into nursing, teaching, medical sciences, or things that they can express care, empathy, and love because that is their nature. A woman will not want to go and be, not many women want to become CEOs because it's a masculine role. It is only very few of them who have strong masculine traits that want to go out to compete like men. So when you leave women and men to do what they love to do, women will tend to move towards feminine roles. But if a woman says, I want to pursue this in Nigeria or in Africa, except Islamic countries where they have their rules stated out for them based on the Quran, who stops women for being who they want to be? Nobody. Can women for once be honest to themselves? Even here in the West, leave women alone. You see them going into teaching, nursing, medical sciences, doctor, child care, which one again? Housing resident and the rest. No, sir.
Yeah. Emeka, give me a minute. I think what you are preaching, hold on. I think what you are preaching is called toxic masculinity. Because you are trying to maintain, the hierarchy, your own hierarchy of men hierarchy. I mean, it's wrong.
Let me land. Man of leave women.
Yes,
you see it here.
Hold on.
You see now.
One man wants to say something. Let one man. Yeah.
Yes, Emeka land that point, and then after that, let Ada have a flow, and then I think other voices wanted to come in as well. Isaac wanted to come in, Prince wanted to come in. I think Prestige wants to chime in. So land your point. Let Ada take.
No, Prestige was not chiming in. Prestige was trying to say I'm a toxic masculine man. And, that's his opinion. I'm being a man. I'm just being a man.
Let Ada have a flow. Land that
yeah,
point.
No problem.
Also before you go on, we are somewhat changing the topic now. Let's stick to the topic of Ada, saying why men always go to Nigeria to go and get a wife. So Emeka has taken us to another feminism.
I didn't take you. It was the question. It was the question. It was a follow-up question that made me
no.
Let's said
why men go to Nigeria.
Let me round up in these seconds and I leave it for you guys to discuss. Men go back home because they love conservative values. They want their family to stick together. They don't want Western values creeping into their home and destroying their home. Let's be very realistic. In the Western world, the black race has the highest rate of divorce. Divorce is splitting us apart. We are not doing any better. Women can say what they want to say. Oh, I'm free and that. They are doing poorer. Two people earning is much better than one person that is earning. I have seen it. My best friend here is a family lawyer. I see the stupidity that women do here. They go around, they leave their marriage to become side chick. I don't know where that nonsense comes from.
You're a very funny
guy. So you guys can continue. It's true. I'm being factual here. How can you be married? How can you be in a stable relationship? How can you be in a stable relationship? You live a stable relationship because you say the man is abusing you only to become a side chick.
Emeka, I agree with everything you say, and I'm okay with your response. Isaac, could you take up, please? And after you is going to be Prince Dada. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Even though General Thomas already restated the question or the very topic you introduced, when I say I wanted to come in, I just wanted you to repeat the question so that we can dwell on that very question.
The question, you want me to repeat it, sir, so I can repeat
Just repeat it before I say what I want to say.
The question is, why do our men who live in the diaspora go back home to get married? When we have women here, they can get married to, where they live in the diaspora. And when these women come here, the relationship doesn't last. Some of them, some, I'm not saying all. So that was the question. Thank you.
Yeah, this is what we are going to do. First of all, we are 10 in the platform. We are going to have a vote. You will be the INEC chair lady. So I will stand for. First of all,
go Isaac.
I will stand for. I will be the first voter. I will stand against any man living here. The world we are in. Here, America, UK, US, wherever, to go to Nigeria to get a wife, I will stand against it. That's vote number one. So you can conduct the vote round, then the winning side is going to be authoritative in this matter, not somebody just coming to come and
Okay,
be wrong.
I kind of like that. Okay, I kind of like that. Let's start with Thomas. Thomas, where do you prefer to get married to if you were to do that now? In the diaspora or back home?
I will go back home. And let me state my reason. I will not go back home for somebody to pick a wife for me. No. Maybe it's somebody we have been dating before, or I would prefer to, in nutshell, I would prefer to marry a black person and a Yoruba lady. That's my answer.
Thank you so much. So that's one, back home. Mr. Kandu, what is your preference, here or back home? Thank you.
Wow, I don't want to sound like a politician. I don't actually have any preference. I think women are women wherever you go. I've dated women from all over the world, Russian, Mexican, Chinese. They're all women. So if a gun was put to my head, I will have to say where I'm at.
That's 2-1.
So here.
Okay. So, man of prestige, could you please answer the question, here or back home? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think I'm very much aligned with what Kandu said, in order not to repeat what he said. I think it depends where, the person I'm aligned to. If I'm America, we both have the same value, we share the same value. So I think I'm going to marry to my, to where I am at the present. But if I'm in Nigeria,
we are prestige. Ada, can you add that people should be truthful? Because I'm hearing some.
I mean, what do we? Why would people sugarcoat? I mean, you have to be factual. No, but we have to be factual. Why would somebody pander? It don't make no sense. But anyway, having said that, like I said, I'm going to marry to my surrounding where I'm familiar with. But if I'm like what Thomas said, if I'm familiar with somebody and I've been dating with somebody, maybe we went to high school and something like that, I will think about that because I don't know what she'll be doing for the past 10 years or 7 years. So that's the problem. So in a nutshell, let me just be very honest about me. I will marry in America, okay? Short. Let's make it short. It can be a Nigerian, it can be, anybody, but I will marry I will marry in where I am.
Thank you, sir. Mr.
Sorry,
Isaac,
I next lady, please keep that in the Viva.
Yes, I'm writing it down. So where will you marry, here or back home, sir?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Mr. Isaac. Yes, I'm asking you, sir.
I voted first.
Okay.
Yeah, I prefer to you marry where you are. If you are here, you marry here. If you're in Nigeria, let Nigerians marry Nigerians.
Okay, thank you. Praise God, I'm sorry I skipped you. Where will you prefer to marry, here or back home?
Yeah, I'll. It has to be somewhere in my own environment, quite frankly. And I mean, if right now with what I know and my lifestyle and everything else, I would say it has to be someone close to me, right? Um, you know, people marry women from back home because they want someone that can cook African food or be more in tune with their culture. But I'm pretty much assimilated in a lot of ways here where I am. I can enjoy African food. I can enjoy American food very much. So it has to be around me where I live, and but the criteria has to be one. We share the same hobby in a lot of ways. We have a lot of things in common, just beyond um, culture or the background where she comes from.
So you're saying here, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying here where you are?
And
Yes,
so
yes.
are you listening to the men? Many of
Yeah,
them, from
okay.
what I'm listening, what they are saying is they would prefer non-Nigerian women. From what I can hear, they will prefer non-Nigerian women.
Okay,
Emeka,
Emeka, what is
why are
your
you
vote?
putting word
Emeka,
in
what
my
is your
mouth?
vote? Here or back home?
Oh, it doesn't matter for me. In my
No,
view,
but
I
you have to
think
choose one. We're
it
voting,
don't.
so
No,
you have to
I
choose one.
will go with Kandro. It doesn't matter for me. It all matters on your masculinity as a man. The man should be the leader. Women follows, men lead, women follow. You tell
All
her
right.
what she wants, she'll do it. So, women from all over the race, and it's not about the African. You can. A white woman would cook a negusi soup if that's what you want. She goes to YouTube and do it. But just tell her, this is who I am, this is what I am, and this is what you must do. And if you guys are tired, yeah, you could go your separate ways and you get somebody else that will continue from where she stopped. So you just be sure. I think a lot of men are not sure about themselves anymore. So if a man is truly a man, it doesn't matter. Whether, like what Andrew said, whether you bring her from under the sea in Africa, if she comes here, she wants to take up those views. But as it is in your house, you are the Lord and Master, and you are the God. She will follow your rules.
Wow, Emeka.
So,
So if I
Emeka,
understand what you're saying,
Emeka,
if I understand what you're saying,
they're gonna come for you big time.
not bad,
Yeah.
not bad coming from me. It is the way. See, it is mine. You see, some men don't know that
So
they are
you are the
men
God. You
anymore.
are the God of your
okay, so
house.
I am the
Emeka,
God.
so
No,
okay,
I am the
Emeka, where
God
your
Wow.
of
vote
my
is, if I
house.
understand what you're saying, your vote is where you are. You marry a woman in
Anywhere,
your
but I'm married.
environment.
I'm married now. But if my marriage does not work out, yeah, I would pick somebody from here, and she will continue from where my madam stopped. But she
Okay,
must. I am the God in the house, so
okay, thank you.
She's not a co-pilot. We are not doing partnership. She's a wife.
So
Okay,
Emeka,
thank you.
you don't believe in feminism.
Oh, fuck
No,
that
man of
shit. That thing
prestige.
is
Hold on on that. Hold on on that.
that thing is a way to spoil to this. Go and do your research, man of
No, let's
prestige.
not take it. No, Emeka, you voted. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go and do your research. It's a
Baba.
way to destroy families.
Okay, thank you. Baba Jenly Coco, good evening, sir. The question is, where do you prefer to get married, here or back home?
Thank you for that question. We go for love. If I have a girlfriend in Nigeria,
Baba Jarikoko, I don't see you as a lover man, though, eh? you just changed my views. Huh? I will go for love.
go for love. If I have a girlfriend in Nigeria before coming here that I really love, that's the person I will marry. I will bring her here, and get married. So here or in Nigeria, and come here and bring her here. So, but if no girlfriend at home before coming here, yeah, I will take my time, look for somebody that I know is compatible and loving, caring, a Yoruba person in particular, and get married to her here. So
So
but
let me understand what you're saying, sir. So you said you prefer someone in your environment. Am I mistaken?
yes, somebody. No, listen. I said if before coming here, coming to America, I have a girlfriend that I really love in Nigeria, that is the person I will marry.
Baba Jali Coco, please let me put this. Now the question. Look at where the question is going.
I understood it.
No. I want to put it well to you. You don't have somebody you love, not in Nigeria, not here. You just developed that you want to get married now, and you are searching.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. No person. Okay. If here, yeah, I will go for person here that I know that that somebody that I love, that she loved me, a Yoruba person, preferably. So where so I will go for the person.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Her name will be Bisola.
Benny.
Thank you also. You said you prefer a
why
woman
not
here.
Tope?
Okay, the next person is going to be Mr. Simber. We're asking the question, where do you prefer to get married? Finding a woman, going back home to look for a woman, or marrying where you are? Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Well, let me say this with the topic that you are talking about and with the benefit of hindsight. Because what I can see that's responsible for what you are talking about, Adama, that most of the marriages that people undertook from abroad, going back home to go and take ladies doesn't work. I think one of the reasons is that it's the men that loves, the women doesn't love. And the
Chairman,
man.
Chairman, sorry, please, I'll cut you. We will go into discussion later.
No, just hold on. I want to explain the
wait, me, I
reason
have
why
a lot to say also.
Isaac
It's just the
waited.
vote. The vote.
No, allow him to just express himself.
Let me talk
Okay.
now.
Please, let him express himself.
So men also, they invest a lot in that kind of marriages with little or no investment from the woman. So it's very easy for them to say no when they are somehow they see that they can be independent because they have little or no investment in that marriage, and that's why they can easily quit. So if
I can't deny what you're saying. You're right, brother.
So with the benefit of hindsight, as I am now, if I want to get married now, I will marry where I am, and I will not even marry a Nigerian lady. That's to be factual. I will not marry a Nigerian lady. Thank you.
So you say you prefer to marry somewhere where you are. Thank you.
Yes.
Desi,
That's abomination. Abomination. Otuapia.
Desi, could you please unmute? Where do you prefer to get married? Here in the diaspora or going back home? Thank you.
Anybody speaking? I can't hear anybody.
Okay,
Yes,
I was
I just
asking.
I think he
Des,
dropped off. I think he
yeah.
dropped off. So
Okay, Des
let me announce the votes. Overall, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of our men say they prefer to marry where they are. Now the conversation starts, and I'll start with Mr. Isaac, which means
actually start.
That's okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. From Des, then you can continue. Yeah.
Des, can you take a vote if you don't mind?
Is it like basically a straight up yes or no question, or should I just go into details or what?
Yeah, you can give us
you can just give a highlight, not go into that much detail, but tell us where your preference is.
I can't say. I mean, it depends, doesn't it? It's like who you're happy with. There's no like really straight up question or straight up answer for this stuff. If you actually love a girl and she's in diaspora, get married to her. If you love a girl and she's in Nigeria, get married to her. I don't see any,
No, I'm missing the point. It's here or there. You just have to pick one.
I have to pick one.
Yes.
Okay. If I'm trying to pick, I would say someone around me. Yeah, because if there's no point going to Nigeria and it's just stressful to me, to be honest. Love, you can find love anywhere, can't you? You can find love wherever you are. Just go find love.
And I agree with what you say. Love is love. It doesn't matter where the place is. The main thing is understanding. So if I understand what you're saying here.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you so much. Now let me announce the vote. We have 1, 2. The only person that voted back home was Thomas. The rest of us voted where we are. So now we are open to discuss and explain why we want to marry from our environment or back home. So I'll start with Mr. Isaac.
I thought it's Prince Daddy turn.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's start with Mr. Kandu so that it will go in a manner. Mr. Isaac, are you okay with that, if you don't mind?
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Okay, Kandu, can you please unmute? Mr. Kandu, can you unmute? You're the one to speak now.
Yes, I think some of the people that have spoken have touched on a lot of these things. Part of the problem, the way I see it, is that people have lost the idea of what a marriage is supposed to be. Marriage is not even about love, because you can be in love and you can be out of love, even with your wife. It's about duties and responsibilities.
So, Mr.
It is my
Kandu, are you saying, Mr. Kandu, not to interrupt you, are you saying that marriage, in essence, is a partnership? Is that what you're saying?
no, it's not a partnership. Is like Mr. Maker said. If you want partnership, go and start a law firm and be a partner. To me, marriage is about duties and responsibilities. It is the duty of a man to
Can
be.
do. Please give me one sec. Can you please add to this? So on the in a broad stroke, why most of those marriage don't really work at the end of the day? Thank you.
Okay, so
Yes. Did you hear
again,
what Thomas said?
yes.
Yes. Could you add
So
that to your question? Thank
absolutely,
you.
absolutely. Again, it to me, marriage is about responsibilities and duties. You can love someone and fall out of love with them. If I tell you, if I was talking to someone over the last week. I said if I got $1 every time a woman has told me they love me, and then they don't love me anymore, only God knows how much money I will have. So if it's really about love,
You'll be a multi-billionaire.
yes. If it's really about love,
I agree with you, Kandu.
you
Fire
see,
on.
yeah, you see, I tell people this, like in when I see people, especially when I hate to use this, well, this is what I'm going to use. When I see white people that say they love their dog, they will spend $40,000 to do an operation for that dog because they really love that dog. To me, I don't know how many people you can love in your life. I don't know how many women you can love in your life. Since you were 18, everybody should just do a mental calculation. How many people have come into your life that you say, "Oh, I love you," and then you're no longer in love. So to me, especially
Can
when they're
do.
gonna
Na
be
lie, na lie, na lie. Forget about it.
especially when there are going to be children involved, that's when the duty, and it's on both parts. The man has to be the man and do the things that the man is supposed to do, and the woman has to play her position, which is a supporting role. It's not about anybody sitting you down and say, "Oh, you must do this." The man is the chief priest in the marriage.
What can
You're
do?
the chief priest.
Can
The
do?
wife, yes, sir.
Can do? You cannot hear me. Okay,
Yes,
but
sir.
you don't believe in love. You
No,
believe
I
in
believe. No, go
yeah.
ahead. Sorry.
Is that? I think in your opening statement you said you don't believe there's. Is it marriage you said, or what did you say that you believe
No, I
in?
said it's not supposed to be just about love. Yeah, you have
No,
to
it's
love the person.
partnership. Partnership. I think it's talking about when you said it cannot be a partnership.
Yeah,
That.
partnership.
Oh,
Mm.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not a, yeah. So you have to love the person that you're with. Is that love that makes the woman wants to cook for you? Is that love that makes you when something if something is if there's noise in the middle of the night, you're not going to say, "Hey, BC, your lọ sísàlẹ̀ lọ wo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńbẹ̀ yẹn." It is that love for that woman, for that family, that takes you out there to go and take the risk to protect your household and your family. So there has to be the element of love. But what I'm saying is, what I see most people do is it's lost, not love. Because if you have that love, even if somebody does something that you don't like, that love will keep you there. I'm not saying that if a man is taking a 2x4 to your head, you should still stay there. I'm not saying that if a man is not pouring into you, you should stay there. I mean, the job of the man is to pour into the woman and
My
vice
question
versa.
is, Kandu, my question is, I heard what you said. I like your line of thought. It aligns with mine. But there's something I just wanted to understand. Are you saying a woman waking up to prepare meals for the husband is because of love or because it is her duty?
No, it is the duty, but it is the love that she has that makes her want to do it. It's
The,
not
the,
like
the
it's
love
a
the
job.
love could come like enjoy doing it. Yeah,
Yes, enjoy
yeah,
doing it for
enjoy
that
doing it.
person.
Yes, like
Yes,
this is my
is
husband.
yeah,
But
yeah.
to do it, is it love or duty?
No, that is the part of the duty portion
All
of
right.
this scenario that I'm painting.
Thank you, Kandu.
But yeah,
Thank you.
but
You've answered my
again,
question. Go ahead.
yeah, the reason why we have so many divorces, in my opinion, and people not staying together as they used to, is because of the liberation that women have had now or have now that they did not have before. Before, back in the days, women will stay because they don't,
Okay.
they probably
Sorry,
don't
can do
earn that.
quickly
Yes, sir.
before I bounce. In the line of Emeka's question, are you saying is the duty of the woman because you have a clear delineation of duties between the two of you? Or are you saying, regardless if she works a full-time job as a professional, it's her duty to cook?
No, you have to spell out
No,
that duty.
no,
That
no.
duty must be spelled out
Yeah,
completely.
yeah. You see, when I've heard some of this conversation like this, you see, we're not talking about useless men. We're talking about reasonable men. A reasonable man, number one, of course, it depends on what they agree to within their family structure. I would not expect any woman to go out and work 10 hours, 12 hours a day, and then come back while I'm sitting with the remote and saying, go into the kitchen and cook. You have to have how you structure yourselves. Maybe, I mean, maybe if she's the
Well,
one cooking.
then in that case, it's not a duty. Then it's not the woman's duty. You can't say it's a duty.
Again, it depends. If okay, let's say she's a housewife. Let's even say she's a housewife that runs a business from home. Okay, that type of scenario will be different than a woman who goes and does a 12-hour or 10-hour shift. So it depends on what is the dynamics that have been created within that family structure. So it's but in a traditional sense, if she's staying at home, or let's say both of them are working 8 hours, 8 hours, you have to define when you're dating someone, you have to define what you are about. You have to define, like me, I cannot
Thank
marry a
you.
woman that doesn't cook. I won't do it.
Thank you. Kandu, thank you.
It's not
Good
because I
stuff.
need somebody to it's not because I need somebody to cook for me every day. Me myself, I cook twice a month. I cook twice a month. I put all the food in the freezer, in the containers. So I don't want anybody to cook for me. Even if you want to cook for me every day, I wouldn't want it personally. That's just my own personal preference. But I'm just saying, in a traditional sense, we're talking about reasonable people. We're not talking about some unreasonable person that just wants to sit in front of the TV and have you doing everything else. I mean, as an example, I woke up this morning. I'm at my sister's house. I took the mop and mopped all the wood, whatever floor in this gigantic house. Vacuum the whole house. Everybody was still sleeping. Nobody needs to tell me that. It needs to be done. I'm reasonable. I see it. Why do I need to wait for somebody else to come and do it if I see it? So I'm saying we're talking about reasonable people, not somebody who is just a macho man, I'm the man and all of this. So there are so many dynamics to this thing. You can open it up to, how many times do you have intercourse between the husband and the wife? Do you negotiate that, or is this just something that comes? And over time, with children and work and this, things can slow down.
So I'm
So
negotiating, yani.
Eh?
Yeah, no, things can slow down. Hey, in the beginning, you do it everywhere, kitchen, everywhere.
Mr. Kandu, can
You
you
know,
round up,
yeah.
please, if you don't mind?
So,
Thank you.
well, so yeah, absolutely. So I'm just saying it needs to be the dynamics needs to be set. In my opinion, the man needs to be the head of the house, with the wife as the chief priest who he consults with. This is what I want to do. What do you think about this? So that's my spill on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your inputs. Man of Prestige, can you unmute and explain your reason? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greeting to everybody. Um, I believe the word I'm going to use, let it not be confused to people. Okay, I believe a marriage is a civil partnership, with mutual understanding between both. What am I trying to say? In the sense that
Who
love
are
is the
who are
first.
both? Who are those both?
What did you say?
You said between both. Who are those both?
Between between man and a woman.
Oh, okay.
That's what I mean. I say it's a civil partnership. With
I
mutual
thought,
understanding.
you are in a political party that says that between two persons.
Don't go there, Jolly Coco, okay? We don't play that over here. But anyway, having said that, I think it's an understanding between two partnership. What am I trying to say? In the sense that when you first meet somebody, the first thing that attracts you to both people is an attraction, and just
Man of God, sorry for coming in. Yeah.
okay.
Do you have this mindset before you leave Nigeria, or the Western world change your mindset? Because I don't understand what you're talking about. Go
Well,
on,
well,
please.
I just finished I just finished high school before I left, so I was like pretty much because I finished high school at the age of 17. So I started I started constructing my mindset, when I'm already in the diaphragm. So you can say that, right? Because I never have any kind of mindset. I'm just a playing boy, doing all kind of things when I was in high school. So I never really had like any particular mindset. So you can say the diaphragm constructed my mindset. Yeah, you can put it that way, but whatever it may be. So I'm looking at it that it's a civil partnership between two people with mutual understanding. So like I said, love is the first sight. When you meet somebody, you say, "Oh man, she's attractive. I like her." I mean, like I said, beauty is in the eye of the whatever you behold it. So having said that, because that love is not going to last forever, because no matter how pretty your partner is. I mean, I'm talking about there's zillions of beautiful women. So um that beauty is going to in eventuality is going to diminish.
So
I
sorry,
mean, no matter
sorry,
how.
man of prestige. So what you are
it,
talking about is not actually love, it's attraction.
yeah, there has to be attraction. There's no doubt about it. There has to be attraction, but in a long run, you have to build that love in there. You have to build that love, and that love come with mutual understanding between yourself. Everybody know what they're supposed to do. Like me, I mean, both me and my wife, we are professional. My wife is a professor in the school, so she's busy most of the time, but we was able to have our 4 kids early, right from right from the freshman. I don't want to implicate myself here, but anyway, I had a kid very early. So having said that, I mean, I helped do something in the house. I
You
mean,
were
like,
doing the do very early. Eh?
hold on now. Nobody's like a toxic masculinity like you. Everybody's not like you, brother Emeka. So, how can we say that? I mean, I do a lot of things. Like we went on our retreat. Me and my brother, we went there and clean everything. We grill and everything. The women. We serve the women. I mean, this is the women day we serve. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, and my wife cook a lot, and she served me, and I cook. I mean, I can cook, but like Kando said, I don't like to cook. The only thing I love doing it, like today, grilling and some other things, that's my specialty. So the women had to take a back row. I mean, we men do the honor, I mean, that's just the way I see it. But in my house, I mean, I can say I'm the king of the house, not in the sense that I will control my wife or something like that. No, no, I'm the king of her because I'm not going to get married if I don't feel like my resources will provide for the family. My wife, be that we combine our resources, but if I don't have the resources, I'm not going to get married because I have to be able to provide eventually something. Because my wife is her choice to work, not to work. If you want to be a professional, whatever she want to do, I support her. So that's the part that's why I'm saying it's an understanding, in that regard. So let me pivot to why, why going to Nigeria or going to, home to get married might not be an idea for me. I'm saying that because what I'm seeing here, I witnessed a lot of things that happened. There's a recent incident that happened in Florida. I mean, I'm not a resident there, but I live there, but somebody, some lady killed the husband and something like that. So the point, you don't know who
Hey,
you're marrying, and you
man of
bring.
prestige, have you left California?
No. Well, I have a partial residence in Florida, so
Oh, okay, okay,
I
okay.
have business over there.
Okay.
So I do communicate quite often. I just left Florida, and went back to California for this weekend, and the family came. But anyway, so that's the point I'm trying to make. A lot of men. I mean, that a lot happened in Houston. I think Adama live in Houston or whatever, Texas. She can bear me weakness. There's a lot of toxicity when it comes to men going back to Nigeria to get married. I think it's a matter of, you know, men masculinity. I call it toxic. The one who they can control. That's why a lot of them, go back to Nigeria. I mean, we should get away with that stupidity. Hoping that you're gonna go. I don't know if Emeka is just bashing, but he doesn't sound like somebody, in that regard. Unless he just, bantering us. But whatever it may be, I don't know him. But anyway, that's not a good thing in my own opinion. I'm just speaking from my opinion. I mean, anybody can do whatever they like. So, that's why a lot of marriage here doesn't work, because you don't know the person. When they come here, you still want to control. Within with the African mentality, thinking that you're going to control them, tell them what to do. In actuality, women in Nigeria doesn't like to be controlled. It's because they don't have a lot of choice. That's women. That's men. That's men country. Africa, period.
Why are you using the word control?
Because
It's
that's what's happening.
yeah,
That's because it
why no, why do I say that? A man is the head of the house,
correct.
but but then and you want a prerequisite, or you want you want how you know how you want your house to be. So why are you saying control? It's not
Okay, if
really
I'm the head,
control.
hold on. I'm the head of the household. Just know that about it. I mean, it's well understood between me and my partner that I'm the head of the household. But I don't control her. We have a mutual understanding. This is what you
Man
have
of
to do. This,
prestige, are you sure you are still referring to your wife as partner? In
yes, she is
partnership.
my partner.
Hold on. In partnership, right? Except you have a contract in place, you can now say the percentage of partnership. Then one becomes the managing partner, and the other one just becomes maybe partnership in specific roles. But when you say partnership in a marriage, it's looking like 50-50. That marriage does not have a leader. It's like equal
No,
leadership.
no, no, no. You're missing the
So
term. Just
you
a
have to be,
partnership.
you have to
There's
be.
certain area
No,
have the
that's that. You
control.
see now, you're drawing back, right? When
No, I'm
you now
not.
you're
You're the one
backpedaling
missing
now.
it.
You see why I say, and I was clear, a marriage can be a partnership. It is this woke terms that is
No,
being
but
flung
Emeka, can you
around.
wait? Emeka, can you please wait? Let him round up. I'm going to listen to you. Can he
So
round up,
yeah, so my
and
point
we'll
I'm
go to
saying,
the
I,
next
I, I
person.
still
Thank
stick with
you.
what I said. It's a partnership, but everybody know their role. And you know who is the house, the head of the house role. There are certain things, there are certain things that I have to make. I have to make a decision, when you come to finance. And there are certain things my wife has to make a decision. Like, certain things. I pass it to her to decide. Like traveling, some of that is, women are very good in, certain things that men are not. So I leave that up to her. And there are certain things that I'm in control. That's why I see a partnership. I can't come here and equivalent which one is 60 or 70%. That's not my place. But what I have is working for me. It may not work for other people. So everybody is different. So that's the angle that I'm speaking from. It's working for
Thank
me,
you.
great. I'm
Thank
not
you.
saying we
Thank
don't.
you. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay,
thank
thank
you
you.
so much, man of prestige. I
Thank you.
understand where you're coming from. Prince Dada, can you please unmute and you're next? Thank you, sir.
All right. Just for the record, so one man can be at peace. It's Prince Daddy. I know you don't see the DI at the
Oh,
end of it,
I'm
so
sorry, Prince Daddy. I'm sorry. I am so
it's
sorry.
okay. No problem. So to answer the question, to your main question, the question you started with. I wish we had a statistics, a data to break down or to provide information to the reason why African men go back home or go to other places in Africa to go get married. That would be nice. Because I think it's a combination of a lot of things, of course, and there are good things to it, positive reasons that people do it. Um, and sometimes, as we know, things turn out to be pretty bad because it's a well, somebody goes home and get married, and the marriage didn't work. But at the same time, there've been some marriages that has worked very much so than the ones that people here found somebody around in their own environment and get married to, and it didn't work. So either way, it's not a guarantee that the marriage is going to be successful, anyways. I mean, but that I think we had this notion that well, because the man goes to Africa, then they're looking for a docile woman, and when they get married, things are going to work out. No, it's still going to be a marriage, anyways. And keep in mind, we all are a product of our environment, in addition to our background and education and skills, whatnot. So. Um, Men go back home and see that part of the whole thing that see, it boils down to the reason why you go back home to get married. And if you have a good reason, not a selfish one, still wouldn't guarantee the marriage is going to work or not. But some men I know they want to go back home and get married because the women around them, they think they're too maybe Americanized, or they have this Western perspective and they're more feminist in the way they think about the world. And many times also when they bring their women from back home to the West, the woman also, assimilates and learn the culture here and may turn out to be rebellious, quote unquote, if you know what that means. So, and some people they will get married because of financial situation. Maybe the man is grooming the woman to become, most especially become a nurse or something, or maybe a doctor, and to improve their financial situation if they get married. Different reasons why people do this stuff, and it's quick to. I think we hear a lot of bad or sad stories why the marriage doesn't work out if you bring a woman from Africa and she comes here, she's unappreciative, or she doesn't appreciate you at the end of the day, and she wants to be divorced and this other thing. So those connotations or those reasons that people hear a lot about, and they frown upon it, and they think it's not worth it. But again, just like I said, I think there are many of such marriages that actually work out. Um, the other part of I guess the question would be, in today's, we have to, in everything we do, anyways, we have to take things by timeline and in context, um, to have the right response to the question. Put it that way. Um, See, you can't say you see. By the way, it's okay. Who is the man of the house? Who makes you the king or the man of the house? You have to understand the root of it. Where does it come from? Where does that notion come from? Now, if you're a Christian person, you and your wife, and you subscribe to the tenets of the Bible, then you would know spiritually that the man is the man of the house, regardless of the man's um, title, job, or income or wealth. The man is the man of the house. It's unchangeable. It's almost incontrovertible to debate. Okay, and that's much easier than to want to
What do you
prove
mean
to
by man is the man of the house? Or are you saying he's the head of the house? Is that what you're trying to say?
He's just being
well,
careful. That's what he wants to say, but
it's synonymous.
he's afraid of
The
Head
man
saying
of
of
the
the
that.
house.
house.
What is
Huh?
man is the man of the
What
house?
do you mean by man of the house?
What does it mean by man of the house?
Well, the man of the house, that's the spiritual head of the house, the man that
And
all
say it
the
now. So
decisions.
why are you being economical?
See, but and I'm not being economical. I'm just
It's
no,
an
the man of the house, the head of the house,
American
the spiritual head of the house. They're all synonymous. I'm talking about the same thing. People may understand it from a different perspective. Like Mecca will understand the man of the house. You may
who
understand
is
the
the
spiritual
head
leader of
of
the
the
house.
house? Who is the head of the house?
Just like I said, if you're a Christian person and you subscribe to the tenets of the Christianity, the man, regardless of the man's pocket, education, background, is the man of the house, is the leader of the house. Plain and simple. Even though the woman may be more educated and wealthier, okay, the woman still has to submit. When I say submit, meaning that she has to engage the man in all decisions that she's making in regards to the house and even herself, as personal stuff. Okay, it's not something you duke it out. It's not a fight. But if you have to establish yourself
Prince
that I
Daddy, please
provide,
stress it properly. Submit to his leadership. Submit to his leadership, regardless of situation. So it's not submit. You must submit to something. Some women submit to their pastors than their husbands. So, which is, in my point of view, I don't know what was
well,
always there.
Emeka,
okay,
even the
I
fact is
hear you,
this.
but I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Say, submit not in a draconian way. Submit as
No,
again
no, no, no,
in
no, no, no,
reference
no.
to the Bible.
You see, you see woke terms. We are bastardizing terms.
Okay,
You see,
okay.
women don't
Emeka,
like to
can I
hear.
say,
Wait,
okay,
wait, wait.
no, Emeka,
Ada,
hold
please,
on.
let me land this point? Hold on, please, please. I don't think it's time for the interjection. Let me land the point. We are bastardizing terms. There's nothing wrong with submission. Submit to his leadership. It's not draconian. It is submit. All religious beliefs agrees with that. Even traditional belief also agrees with that because our creators and our ancestors have designed it to be so.
Okay, Emeka, this is what I'm trying to say, please. Let him use whatever words or terms,
I'm not
whatever he
telling.
wants to use.
He's saying what I'm saying, but he's just trying to be. He's trying to be nice. Don't say it the way it
Oh
should be.
no,
Just
but
say it.
can you allow him to just speak whichever way he
Okay,
feels
I would
comfortable with?
say say actually as the word submit or submission has been almost bastardized somewhat or become kind of a negative word to be used between a man and a woman. Is not the worst of all, actually, because in reality, if you continue in the line of the Bible, actually, the woman is supposed to submit to the man, and the man is supposed to put his life on the line for the woman. Which one is more? Which one is worse, so to speak? So the man actually, the woman submits and the man sacrifices. That's exactly what the Bible says. So submission is not a bad thing at all. If somebody's going to put their life on the line for you, I think if most women understand it from that perspective, it's a very easy, straightforward thing. Who doesn't want it? In fact, men and men actually, if they truly understand the meaning, would switch roles right now. They would. They don't want to die, but the Bible tells us, yeah, put your life on the line for your wife. That's what it says. So this issue about submission and stuff is just almost secondary for the most part. But again, it depends on how we establish this the man of the house or the king of the house. It depends on the roots. Where's it coming from? Okay, if a non-Christian, maybe circular couples that both work, both professionals, they both contribute 50-50 to the household, where are you going to get the idea of the man being the head of the house or being the king of the house? It doesn't exist. How would you define that? Based on what principles? It doesn't exist. So again, you have to know where you're coming from to understand a man's role in the household. You have to. You can't say the man's job, the woman's job is to cook. Okay, when she works 8-10 hours a day as you do, okay, and she has all the responsibility from work as you do, then it's not the woman's role to cook in that regards.
Who is
You
going
know,
to cook? Hold on. Who is going to cook for who in the house? Who is going to cook in the house?
I think what Priest Dada is trying to say is that it's okay if a partner, he's not saying a woman, we know a woman, her place is the kitchen. Like she likes cooking. She's supposed to, that's one of the roles we as women play. But what he's saying is there are times where she may not be in the position to cook. You as a man can step in and say, okay, honey, I got this, I'll cook for us today. That I think, Prince, could you correct me? Is that where you're coming from, sir?
Well,
Let me say
that's a
something, Prince
a
Daddy.
more acceptable way to put it. But the point here is that a man cannot assign the role of a cook in the household to the woman
Oh,
when they
come
both
on,
work
man. What
equal
are you?
amount of hours.
Who traditionally? Hold on. What are you saying? Are you trying to be Americanized? Who's
I'm not
tradition?
actually.
Hold on.
No, no, no. My wife does the
Hold
cooking
on.
for me. Trust me, I don't cook. I'm telling you the
Hold
reality of
on.
things.
Hold on.
Hold on, Ajali Coco.
Traditionally,
I think you are missing the point, Ajali Coco. What
don't miss
Prince Dad
the
is trying to
point. I
say.
had him clear.
Hold on, Ajali Coco.
I
I know
don't miss.
somebody who
Baba
they are
Daddy
married. They are
Coco,
married.
Oh
Prince
The
God.
Daddy is
husband loves
trying to
cooking.
be diplomatic. He's just trying to
Hold
be
on, Emeka.
diplomatic.
The husband love cooking, and the wife is not that good in cooking. And they are married. They are perfectly happy. The husband cook about 80% of the time. They have a mutual understanding. So
Well,
there's nothing really wrong at saying that
that man is a
he
weak
No,
love
no,
man.
no.
Eh?
cooking.
But I think the point we're missing here is this. From what Prince Dada said is this: what works for B might not work for A.
True.
So why can't we learn to respect people's perspective, whichever way they see it, and it works for them in their relationship? Who are you to come
Please,
in and
Ada,
tell them,
can I go next after Prince Daddy Abeg so that I can go to bed? Let me go and sleep.
okay, let him round up. Prince Dada,
Yeah.
are you done?
Let me round up.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
yeah. Okay. So at the end of the day, different reasons why people go home to marry. I think we shouldn't ascribe a negative connotation to it because after all, the marriages here in the West, it's about 50-50 divorce, rate or more with some ethnic or some um, race in America, for example. So it's not a bad thing to go home, but I know for sure know for sure. I've heard that some men do it to go back home and to try to marry a docile woman they can maybe control and use, and many of them do for selfish reasons. They do, but at the same time, again, many marriages work. They work very well from people that go home to marry. Okay, and again, and to wrap it up, um, leadership, a man's role in the house has to have its origin of definition. Okay, we can't you can't see a Christian or be in a secular world and think the same definition of the role of a man applies in the home. It doesn't work that way. We have to accept different views and respect, I guess, the situation that you find yourself. Okay, thanks, Adam.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Simba, I'm going to swipe you with Emeka. So when Emeka is done speaking, Mr. Simba, you're going to be next. Mr. Emeka,
Sure.
you're
Yeah,
next.
thank
Can you
you. Thank you,
unmute?
Ada. Thank you, everyone. I think
Thank
some of
you.
you got a taste of my views on this. And so what I would say is sit up tight. We're about to go for a bumpy ride now. Okay.
Sorry, I've been swiped for many times.
Sorry, don't be angry. And so I can go to bed. This is 11:22
I'm
p.m.
sorry, Mr. Simba. I am so sorry. You're going to be
Sorry,
next. He
sorry,
said you
It's
wanted
Simba.
not
to
It's
go.
Simba,
11.
it's Isaac.
Mr.
Isaac.
Isaac, I am so
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, you swipe with Emeka. Yes, because Mr. Simba came in last. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So I'll swipe you with him.
Please, so I can go to bed. I actually wake up very early.
Adama, why not ask Isaac for permission? It's Isaac's turn. Let him decide. Please, Emeka,
Hold on, wait. Let
no
me go to
injustice
bed.
to you.
Except you don't want me to talk.
Let
And
No,
Emeka
you
I
go
can
think you
talk,
don't
but
ahead.
want me
it's
to talk.
Isaac. And
But
Isaac say,
let
okay,
me
Let
let me
Emeka
go
go
to
go
ahead.
ahead.
bed. It's almost 12. I wake up at 4 a.m., right? Please, I beg.
Emeka, carry on.
All right. So it's going to be bumpy. So one man of prestige, don't interject so I can flow properly because I think masculinity is dying. So you hear, I've listened, some of you spoke, well, even including yourself, man of prestige. I like some of the things you said, even though you bumped out. And I would say masculinity is actually dying. And men are now accepting nonsense, right? I'm not saying women would only do what you allow them to do. If you understand women very well. If you don't conduct yourself properly, a woman will lead you. If you conduct yourself properly, a woman will follow you, regardless of race, tongue, or culture. Now, I'll start with from our ancestors. I don't know how many of you, because many of us, I think Prince Daddy spoke a bit about Christianity. I don't know if Prince Daddy has actually read Deuteronomy very well. A lot of women will not like what Deuteronomy is saying about marriages. They won't like it. And that is the Bible that many, especially Christian women, should comply with to the T. I know Muslim women comply to the T with their Quran. I've read the Quran, I've read the Bible, I've read the Torah. All these are books that are, they're all similar. They copy themselves, right? Now, I would not want to take so much time to read some verses on Deuteronomy. I'm not a Christian, I'm a traditional individual. But those things, both traditional rules and the rest, the man is the God in the home. Well, I'll repeat again, the man is the God in the home. I know some women will go and be laying their bed of their affinity to a different pastor who is not married to them. That's ridiculous. And it shows the weakness of that man. When a man is coming, because many of us are watching too much Hollywood movies, and we are beginning to act very silly. Say, I want to cook for my wife. Let me buy you the flowers and cook for you. Anyway, we'll leave that. In marriage, which Kandu has rightly said, and I agree with him 100%, marriage is not about love. Marriage is about two or more individuals. If you're a polygamist, you subscribe to that. That is a man with multiple wives or a man and just one wife. Now, in the Western world, we don't know what is going on now. It could be a man and a man. Man of prestige can give us more on that issues. Coming together to start a family, that is a marriage. They didn't say love. All this came in the 19th century to sell rings and to sell wedding gowns. They didn't talk about love. A man would leave his family to cling to his wife. Read Deuteronomy properly. I can read it. It's opened in my laptop here. I will read it. Many women will cry this night if I read it. So I would ask them, go and read it. All you need to do is put Deuteronomy verses on marriages. You will not like it, which means whatever you have been doing with your husband, you are contravening the vows that you have lived.
To us now, waiting you.
Okay, I'll read. Hold on.
Read.
So laws about sex and marriages. A man might marry, that's Deuteronomy 22 verse 13. A man might marry a woman, sleeps with her, and decide he doesn't like her. Verse 14. Then he might make up his charges against her and ruin her reputation by saying, I married this woman, but when I slept with her, I found out she wasn't a virgin. So you see, you must be a virgin, according to Deuteronomy. The girl's father and mother must go to the city gate where the leader, this is law, this is not, it is a law, must go to the city gate where the leaders of the city are and submit their evidence that their daughter was a virgin. 16. The girl's father will tell the leaders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he doesn't like her. 17. Now he has made up charges against her. He said he found out that my daughter was not a virgin. But here's the evidence, that is evidence that she's a virgin, which means the blood must come out. So women, listen, I said, if I read this thing. Huh? You're breaking up. I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
All those things were to the back owner.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up, Prince Daddy. You're breaking up. No, I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Is it better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay,
it's better.
Reading there the Old Testament.
No,
It's the
you
Old
cannot. No,
Testament, and
let's
we
stop.
don't
Let's
do that
stop playing this.
ever.
Let's Christians stop this nonsense. You say you guys don't take your religion seriously. Stop
No,
playing these
we're
games.
not stopping. Listen, not.
No, you see that is why I see. Prince Daddy, hold on. That's why I look at
No,
Christians and hold on, Prince Daddy. That's why I look at
it's a
Christians and
ram
laugh at them.
anymore to make
You
sacrifice to
see,
God.
you cannot hold on, Prince Daddy, please. You cannot discard what is in your Bible. It's part of your Bible. You can't pick and choose which you must follow. Christians must stop that behavior. You have a codified Bible, and you have said this is what religion you have ascribed yourself to. So you can't ignore. You say, "Oh, that one is the old ways." What old ways? This is your
America,
Bible.
can I ask you something? Before you go further, do you know that people interpret the Bible differently? That
Oh
I
no,
might read the verse
that
you
is the
just
you see
read,
that
and
is the same. That's the same confusion Christians are playing games with. I told you here on the platform. I have read the Quran, I've read the Bible, I've read the Torah, right? But it was with Christians. I know I'm a bit harsh. I'm trying to hold my tongue. But I think it's a silliness with Christians. They want to discard things and pick what is fine for them. That's why you hear pastors coming to talk about tithe and in the Old Testament. But where is the tithe in the New Testament? And that tithe is about food and not money. It's still that same silliness. They pick what they think they want to adjust. Follow your Bible. That is the law. It's still the same law in traditional views, still the same law in Quran, still the same law in the Torah. But we can say our world is changing. We can say that. But then again, what I would want to conclude with is that I think masculinity is dying. Men are no longer what they used to be. Men are becoming stupid. Men are becoming weak. Men are becoming foolish. In your home, when you want to pick a wife, you must let her know who you are and what you stand for. If she doesn't like it, go to the left. Talk to the next person. If she wants it, come to my house. Set your boundaries. A cleaner in an organization, this might not be the proper analogy, but a cleaner in an organization cannot be the CEO. A cleaner must know his or her role to clean the organization. The CEO knows his or her role to run the organization, the entire organization. I do not understand what people say, especially when I hear it from men. It irritates me when a man begins to say, my partner, my this. Do they know what they are saying? Do they even know themselves? With this wokeism, nonsense languages, that is why we are giving back to weaker men that don't know their place, that don't know their values, that can get weak, that can get silly, and you see them joining gangs because there's no strong manhood in that household. There's no strong father, there's no strong leader, there's no control, nobody knows their left and right. Now, I grew up in a house, and in my home, I've said it here, many of you know my position. My father never knew where the kitchen was. There's a kitchen in that house. He never knew where it was till my mother died. Same thing. So when I hear me, oh, I cook, I do this, I do that. What are you saying? You can cook for yourself, but know your position, know your role, stick to it. You are the man, you are the head, you are the God. You set the pace, you set the policies, you set the procedures and the operational boundaries in your home. And you let everybody follow from wife to children.
Emeka, please,
Yes.
just a minute, please. Everything you've said, noted. Authoritatively, I'm going to speak to this because of the Christians around here. There was an error in your argument concerning the Old and the New Testament. What I'm trying to say is this. Scripturally, Christians were told that there is a thick line, a very thick line between the Old and the New.
Who told the
I'm not
Christians?
talking about everything. I'm not
Who told
saying
the Christians?
just try and no wait, just try and let me land. I'm not trying to maybe say our young girls should go and rubbish themselves and all that. No, there are a lot of things in the Old Testament that are profitable to Christians, but don't generalize it. I want to put it straight. That thick line they drew between the old and the new is very important to Christians. So when Christians come to you and try to pick out some things from the Old Testament, they are trying to pick out some things from the Old Testament, they are not wrong. I want to give you an example.
Okay, we will discuss about religion then some other time. We can discuss so that we don't go. Let me land so that you can come and speak. You speak. Let me drop. I have.
Just drop it, please.
No, I don't want to argue religion here. Right? We can discuss religion later.
Emeka, can you please wait so that let
Old Testament is not part of Bible, right?
No, that's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. Pick and choose.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
When I asked him now, who told Christian there is a line? Where did you say it's a book? It's a book. I did not see any line.
No. We're not going to. We stick to the point. Yes, stick to the point, please.
Let us go to religion, please.
Exactly. That's why I don't want to argue religion. We can come up on a Sunday. On a Sunday afternoon.
He doesn't want to argue with religion.
Yeah.
Let's just
on a Sunday afternoon. We can talk about religion. I will give you a history of how the Christian religion was developed and who developed it, the council, who did that. We can have that argument. They did not put that line. And that's why when I asked you, who put it, is it the Pope? I don't see any line. So let me continue and round up. I have just 2 minutes left to finish.
No, I don't respect the Pope. I don't even respect him.
But he is the leader of the Christian religion. That's why you don't. You see, we'll talk about religion later. We'll talk about religion later.
I don't respect the Pope. I respect
my brother. We will discuss religion later. You don't know your religion. We will discuss religion later. You don't even know your religion at all. I have much respect for Muslims.
But can I say something, Emeka? I think one thing you're not doing, and this is just a caution I just want you to put in mind when you're talking, is can you be open-minded, even though you do not agree with most of the things that might be said? Could you be open-minded in accepting someone like me? I do not. I don't recognize the Pope. I recognize God. So since he said that, we're not debating. No, hold on, Emeka. All I'm trying to say is, when people were speaking, you interjected, you asked their question, and they answered. So please keep an open mind when you're saying a certain things. Don't use the word like, yes, we have some men. It may not work for you, but respect the fact that it works for other people. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, hold on. Thank you. That is a spin people keep saying. That's why I said, you see, I don't go about, especially in relationship, marriage, I don't go about talking about women. I hold the men responsible. So men coming to say, oh, what I'm doing works for me. You're a weak man. Just accept who you are. You're a weak man. You're a weak man. Accept it and roll with it. That's a silly discussion. Now, in life, we can't guarantee things. We can't even guarantee our death. So what I mean is, so that I can wrap up quickly, for people who are afraid that their marriage may not work, you can't guarantee anything. So, but what you can guarantee is who you are and what you stand for. And what I would tell men is you must develop your philosophy and principles, especially when you are growing. Because as you get older, if you have no principles or philosophy, you die as a nothing. You die useless. That is where you begin to hear people backpedaling and saying, oh, hey, they work for me. Now make I live and the way they work for me. Because you don't know who the hell you are. You have no philosophy. So when you don't have a principle or philosophy that you subscribe to, anything goes. You can wake up, anybody rolls, anything, 50-50, partnership. Me and my wife, we are doing partnership. She's my partner. That's the kind of that's the kind of words you hear from these weak simps, weak men. So even if it doesn't work, nothing is guaranteed. There is divorce in the Bible, there's divorce in the Quran, there's divorce in the Torah, and how you go about it. So, which means our ancestors
we're clearly aware that at some point you will get tired of being in a marriage and you want to go away. You want to pick someone else, or you want to pick more wives. So I don't know why some men are being afraid to accept some useless things that liberal views have pushed into them, instead of developing their principles and standing on the traditional conservative values that they want. So when you hear these things, say they work for me, what if they work for you? You are a weak man, just accept it. Nothing they work for you. You are anyhow go. So you must understand who you are. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not the end of the world. Find somebody else and say, this is who you are. This is what you stand for. This is my program. Are you subscribing to it? When it comes to marriage, when it comes to relationship, the man controls that part. A woman cannot marry herself. A woman cannot tell a man, I will marry you. A woman will only wait. A woman will only act. A woman will only demonstrate that she can be of a value to that man as his wife. So men, I am talking to you. All the nonsense they do. Nana Sabi, good night.
Thank you so much, Emeka. I really appreciate your input. Thank you so much. Mr. Isaac, you're next. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, my honorable panel. The thing is that, we had a topic. Actually, I'll go to that topic. It was our brother, Emeka, who actually left that place and went into, Deuteronomy and all that, took us to somewhere that he made some comments concerning Christians about the Old Testament and the New Testament, trying to maybe make his own judgment from his own view, to kind of talk a little bit down on Christians. So that was why I'll go to the topic, please. I just want to end what I was saying before. The thick line I was talking about, that is in between the Old Testament and the New Testament for Christians. I repeat, for Christians, not for Pope, not for Rayambonke, not for Adeboye, for Christians. So that thick line, it's very important to Christians. For example, in the Old Testament, it said an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth is no more in existence. Whether you like it or not, Jesus came and he
Old
said,
Testament is not for Christians.
I'm not saying Old Testament in total. Try and follow me.
You want to break it apart again? Eh?
No, wait. I said
Old
an
Testament
eye
is
for
not
an
for Christians.
Listen now. I said an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. If you know that scripture, right now it's no more in existence. What is in existence right now? When somebody slap you,
Says who?
says the scripture. Says the scripture.
Which scripture says that?
The scripture that I believe in.
So, okay, New Testament nullified the Old Testament. Is that what you are saying?
That's what Christians always do. They are deceiving themselves.
No, not in, listen, not in totality, but there is a thick line in between that we should
My
be
brother,
careful.
you go and be a Muslim. You will enjoy that religion better. Honestly speaking, you are just deceiving yourself. Go and be a Muslim. You will see clearly. You will understand the principles of spiritualities when you are being a Muslim. You are confusing yourself. You can't pick and choose what you want to do. Which scripture? The New Testament and the Old Testament are all scriptures. Deuteronomy is a scripture. Genesis is a scripture. Malachi is a scripture.
No. But can I say something? We're deviating, please. Can we just stay on the topic, please?
Let me make this point.
Thank you,
Even
Baba
our
Jolly
Lord
Coco.
Jesus Christ said, I have not come to dismantle
the scriptures,
the scripture, but to add to it.
Thank you.
So what are Nigerian Christian?
Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. God bless you. They don't know their Bible. They don't know it. They want to pick and choose which one. Say, no, I'll leave this one. I'll leave this one. Oga Isaac, please go to topic. We could hear you.
Okay. to start with, Jesus didn't say, I have not come to condemn the old, but to add to it. He said, I have not come to condemn the old, but to fulfill it. If you know the meaning of fulfilling, then you know what Jesus was talking about.
Complete it, which means he came to complete the Old Testament.
Not complete, fulfill. There's a difference between complete and fulfill.
Okay, Mr. Isaac, can I say something? Could you just wrap up the Bible part and get to the main question, if you don't mind? Thank you.
So, according to dictionary, fulfill means bring to completion, bring to reality, achieve or realize something desired, promised or predicted. Guys, don't play these games with me now. I have researched Christianity, religion, proper, deep. Don't play. That's why I said I don't want to argue religion. If you want to do it with me on a Sunday, 5 hours, I will take you there. Short. When I show you with evidence, you will not be a Christian again. With evidence, you will not be a Christian again. You will change your mind.
Emeka, I agree with everything you say. Mr. Isaac, could you please go ahead and get on the topic?
Okay, I'll go straight to the topic. But what you just said is a big lie. I'm whom I am, and that's all. Okay, now let me go to the topic. You know, when our sister, our lady Princess Adama, when she brought this topic, I was so concerned about the topic, and I felt so many people might be listening to us, and some of these people, some of them might be in this situation, maybe trying to make a decision concerning this topic, like maybe trying to make a decision regarding this topic. So I just thought maybe they will be listening to us. That was why I went to let's have a vote, and then before we have a discussion. So I believe this discussion will be very meaningful to some people who are already in this predicament, who are deciding, should I go home or should I do it here? I believe whatever they will hear from us today might be a settlement for their case. So what I want to say concerning going back home, a lot of people, they've made a mistake. I have some friends here, like 2, 3, 4, who made a mistake and regretting now by abandoning where they are and going home to just go and search there. Like I said before, the only thing that will make you go home to Nigeria, if you're a Nigerian man, the only thing that will make you go home to Nigeria to go and marry a wife, it's when before you left, if you have a vow, if you have a promise, and it's still on till the time you decide to go and marry, if the girl is still faithful, for that reason alone, just to be the man that you are, keeping to your promises, then you can go for that reason to fulfill that promise, because you have promised. It could be that the girl was so supportive to you before you left, emotionally, spiritually, or otherwise, financially as well. So for that reason, you owe her that obligation to go get a ticket, go back home, and settle with the family, and then on a very quick, urgent preparation, you bring her to be together. That's the only. But if there is not such compromiso, that's what they call it, promise or whatever. So I would prefer that you, with that place that you are in the United States, in the UK, Europe, Asia, wherever you are, if you are that type you want to be within your space, that is the black race. If there are black people there, there are friends, mingle with them, get one that is understanding, then the one your heart goes for. Like our brother Pa Ajali Koko said, that if I love her there, I will go and marry her. If I love her here, I will marry her. So look for one like that. build up your relationship, get to know each other, then it's better for you to do that where you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac. I really appreciate your input. I believe Mr. Jalikoko, you're next. Sir, can you please unmute? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. This is a nice topic. You see, I think the question, hold on. I think that, you see, marriage as is truly defined is a union between man and woman. And that union must be based on love, equal love for each other. Both sides, both of them must truly love each other before they get into marriage. If love is not there, then that marriage will not last. So, in the case of our own men living abroad to go and marry in Nigeria, I believe in the heart of their life, they really,
Sorry, Ajay Koko.
yeah.
Is it only okay? We are being specific about, because I've seen other nationalities also, not only Nigerian, Ghanaians, Kenyans, that does that, goes back to their country to go and pick a wife. So I don't think it's actually specific to Nigerians alone.
No. We're not. I'm not making it specific, but I concentrated, specially just for our men because this is a Nigerian platform,
That's
not
fine.
a kid.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Ajay, go ahead.
Okay. So our people, our men that travel from here to Nigeria to marry women, to me, I think they have love in their heart, true love, to truly marry that woman and live the rest of their life with that woman. And the reason why I've said that is that they have a lot of women around them where they live in abroad, but yet they said, no, I don't want to marry here. I want to go and bring somebody from my homeland. It takes a man with a good heart to do that. And we know the process that he has to go through to bring that woman here. The money he has to spend. So he truly commit a lot of things in terms of time, money, resources, everything into that thing. So, but for women to now having brought down here, get that support to, get established by the support of that man. And after some time to say, I don't want you anymore. It's devilish. Let's go spade the spade. It's
Imagine don't kill me. Oh, it says devilish.
no,
Go ahead, sir. I'm enjoying you.
because in the heart of their heart, before being brought here, they don't really have that genuine love for that man. But they pretended that they love that man. That is devilish. That is evil. So what I'm trying to say here, there's nothing wrong for our men to jettison all women around there where they live to say, I want to go and bring a woman from my homeland. There's nothing wrong in it at all. But this woman that, haven't been brought here and established and got everything, now turn around and say, I don't love, they are devil. And the same thing, and I will say the same thing to men, that women travel to Nigeria to bring here and to turn around against their marriage. It's a devil man. It's an evil man. So we have to look at this thing and speak to our people. It is not. It's to come to abroad that should be the utmost reason to get married to that man. That shouldn't be the utmost objective. If the love is not there, why do you want to pretend that you love somebody that you don't love in the heart of your heart? It's only that man to bring you about, and you say, you know what? Let's call it. Let's. I don't want to continue with you. I don't have love for you. I don't want to continue with.
Sorry, Ajay Kuku. If Thomas is listening to us, Adewale want to call me, so you can come and put him at the backstage.
Okay, yeah. So to me, I think I don't want to blame those men because it happened majority to men. Men are the ones that always travel. Majority of maybe 90% or 95% are men that travel home to bring their woman. To go and look for somebody they can bring down here. Sometimes, they even support this woman.
Ajale Koko, that means you are reckoned now that from onset there is not even love. They are just waiting for that man to bring them here.
Yes.
Then just
yeah. They don't even have the love, and that is not good. You can't be
They just want to japa. They just want to japa.
Wait, Baba Jale Koko, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're a bit surprised. Do women truly love men? Have you sat down to think about it? They only love what you can offer them. They don't love you. Those not. If you would love you for who you are, but many of them love what you can offer them and provide for them. Talk to a lot of women. You'll find it. Yeah,
yes.
It's what. So that's why they ask you the first. Most of the preliminary question is, what do you do for a living? Not, oh, I like your personality. I like who you are. I enjoy your company. But it is what you can offer them. That's why it's quite easy for them to just bounce. It's very easy for them to bounce to the next man.
I agree with you. Yeah, some of them truly love you who you are. It doesn't matter to them whether you are rich or you are poor or you are struggling. They love you. They will support you. They will give everything for you. They don't care about your financial status. It doesn't matter to them. But many of them, fit into that description that you just made now. So, but as I was saying, you see, it's a very bad thing. I think we should speak up against it. I think those men, I mean, sometimes they will even sponsor them through school. They will sponsor them, to go to nursing school. They will tell them, don't work, don't do anything, concentrate on your studies, finish your studies, and I just want you to be better. That's a really good love. That's a love from the heart of the man for that woman. And when that woman completed her education, started making more money, maybe more than the man, he feels that man doesn't matter anymore, and we abandon that man. We have seen several cases in the United States where, when such things happen and psychologically that man cannot take it, what they do? They quiet that woman.
And by themselves.
Yeah, and quiet themselves. We have seen a situation like that here. We have seen it here in this city where I live. You just believe that, look, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? For God's sake. And then you are now using the advantage of the law that favor women more than men. You are now using it against that man.
Oh,
The man that brought
Thomas, Adama, the coordinator or the moderator is no longer on the platform. So you can bring her in.
Thomas.
Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe Thomas is. Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So that man, sometimes they can't take it psychologically. And particularly,
Ajale Koko, can we rule out some role man to play in that scenario? It can't be female every time. Maybe the man is not doing the right thing, and the lady has been talking because it can't be on one side. It can't be only man getting right all the time. Yeah, thank you.
Well, we are talking about the I don't know cases where the man is doing the wrong thing. I don't know. Maybe you have some.
No. But Mr. Jalakoko, I think what Thomas is saying is we can only put the blame on women. I know we all know of scenarios that have happened, things that have happened, stories, somebody that told us of something that happened of a particular situation. So for us to come on the platform and say, oh, it's all our women, women. Don't get me wrong. Yes, we have a lot of bad eggs that make some of the women look bad. But at the end of the day, some of our men needs to take accountability of what they do as well. So can we try to put a balance here and point out to what our men as well are not doing?
Okay, let me tell you this. I know two friends that it happened to. All right. And the marriage started having problem after the woman got well established, and I believe they are making more money than the man. So the man,
when they are still struggling, the man is still supporting them. There will not be problem more. There will not be problem.
That's where I'm driving. Look, when that man was sponsoring them through school, there was no problem. The relationship was fine. No, I'm even saying three of them that it happened to that I know personally. But after finishing their nursing school, they got satisfied as a registered nurse, started making more money, or they believe, yes, I can.
No, you are going through. Sorry, sir, to just interrupt. You're using one specific example. I think to be generic, if you lose your job today, God forbid, you will begin to understand the nature of the kind of woman you have been living with.
Look, I don't want to. The point you just made now happened to one of them. All right.
But you see, I don't want to blame. I won't blame them. That's why you see. That's why I keep telling men you must understand and you must live for something. Like if a man is like, you see, when a man does not have philosophy or principles, you would take anything. So if you lose your job, you should know that I must pick up the next job regardless, because the bills needs to be paid. If it's to go and clean gutters, I will do it. But you can't now be saying, oh, I want to pass that buck to the woman. They are not built for that. Women are not built for pressure. They can't handle pressure. Men are designed to handle pressure. Women aren't. I have a very close friend of mine who lost his job but did not tell the wife. He picked up another job. He only told the wife after he picked up another job 2 months. And it was just like, I'm only telling you a story. So how the mortgage was paid, she didn't know. How the bills were being paid, she didn't know. But things went seamlessly like nothing happened. But the moment you tell them your challenges and that challenge would impart on them, they don't know how to manage pressure. And they
But
don't like it.
Okay, Emeka, I think you're taking us to a different whole topic, because I can counter you with this. For a woman to be married to a man and not know how much it takes to run her home, shame on her. For you to marry a man and not know how much it takes, again, like I said, to run
It's not
your
a
home.
job to know. It's
No.
not a job to know.
Emeka, it's not about being a job. Emeka, let
It's
me
not.
make one thing.
So you see,
Emeka, hold
okay,
on.
go ahead.
Emeka,
Go
let me
ahead.
make one thing clear. It's not about being a job. It's about, there's one thing my father always said. I'm the only female among 4 brothers. And there's one thing my dad always say consistently. He says this all the time. You're not going to be a sheep. You will lead. So the point I'm trying to make here is, none of us want to be with a partner. Hold on, Emeka.
I'll kick that on that. I think your father. So who are you leading? Who do you want to lead?
Hold on,
who are you,
Emeka.
who do you intend to lead?
Hold on. Can I say something? Can I finish my statement so that you know where I'm coming from? If anything happened, you want to set up your woman. You want to have that understanding with your partner, your wife.
Your wife is your partner. Your wife is not your partner. You know your wife. Your wife, yes, correct.
Hold on. You want to make sure your wife is prepared. You could get in the morning and leave as soon as you drive past out of your garage and get on the highway, God forbid you will not make it home. So we as men, not just and women as well. That's why I don't put. Hold on, Emeka. You don't put everything on just a man. For me, instantly. Let me use myself as an example. I know how much it takes to run my home. If anything happens, I can be able to step in that position without being shocked or things coming out from nowhere that I'm not aware about. It's called.
I don't believe you. You know why I don't believe you? I don't believe what women say. I believe what they do. I don't believe you.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
too experienced. No, it's true. No. I'm too experienced. I'm too experienced to on this matter. To when women speak.
Emeka,
when women speak, I don't see. And Baba Jaliko could laugh because he understands what I'm saying. Women can see what they want to see.
No, I say something. I agree with you. Yes.
Please, before Baba Jaliko will continue, I want to address Emeka. The thing that I see in Emeka thinks that all women are women. Thank you.
Yeah, they're all women. Well, are they something else?
Okay, Emeka, come Baba Jaliko.
No, Isaac. No, let me Isaac. Isaac, I think you're not using words in the right context. Women are women. Are women men?
Are not men.
Emeka, can you do me a favor, please?
Are not men.
So what do you mean by all men are not men?
Please.
Provide more context.
Emeka, can I say something? There's something you're doing that I don't like.
No, you said something. So I asked you a question. You have not answered that question. I said, who are you leading? Your father told you to lead. Who are you leading?
Emeka,
you want to lead a man?
Can I say something? Let that be.
No, answer the question. You said you.
I'm not going to answer it because you know
but why did you say it? Why did you say it?
I'm not going to have this back and forth with you, Emeka.
Emeka, everybody hold on. Everybody, please hold on. let's bring the tempo down. Yeah, please. Yeah.
No, I just want to be sure. Who
no,
is
let's
she
bring
going
the
to
tempo.
lead?
No. Let's bring the
Emeka, let
tempo
me
down.
speak to this. Let me, the two of you will be able to understand. You know, when Adama started, she says she is the only female among men in her house. Maybe
Okay, what does that mean?
her father was speaking because they have majority men and said they should lead. She's, you know, when you are raised among men, you tend to behave like a man.
That's completely
You
wrong.
understand?
You see where you are getting it all mixed up. This is the nonsense I'm talking about. You raise a woman to become a woman. You raise a man to become a man. So when you are raising a woman to become a man, then you are mixing it up, and you are creating a bad. You are creating a bad society. You are creating a bad. So you cannot raise a cat. You can't raise a cat. No, Ada, hold on, Ada. It's either you want to kick me out of this flower. This you hijacked the show. Do you know you hijacked the show? Did you know you hijacked the show?
Please,
I
Baba
think
Did you know you
Emeka has
hijacked the
problem
show?
with women. Emeka has problem with women.
Emeka, cool down.
Brother
Emeka, cool
Coco
down.
was
Let us
talking.
speak.
It has
Emeka, let us
nothing to
speak.
do with
Let's
you.
hear.
Let's calm down, please. Let's
Yeah,
calm.
Emeka, let's hear Ada.
No.
Thank you,
let's-
Mr. John Coco. Can you please continue? You've been interrupting. Just calm down. I don't need
But
to
you
agree to
hijacked
what you
this show. We
say.
were talking politics. You hijacked the show. You now want to dictate what we will discuss about. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. It's clearly wrong. You should accept it. You hijacked the show. This is not what we want to talk about. And then you want to control what we want to say. And then you want to interject me and tell me what I need to say. And then somebody is saying that I have problem with women. What the nonsense is with this? We were supposed to talk about politics. No, Ada, hold on first. Now take a
cool
pause.
down.
Take a
Emeka,
chill
cool
pill.
down.
Take a
Yeah,
chill pill,
you
Ada.
said
We were talking about politics. You came in, you manipulated us to talk on a topic. You don't want us to speak on the topic. You don't want us to talk about the topic. You want to dictate how that topic is being said. And I push back on something. You don't want to answer the question. Who the hell do you want to lead? You want to lead a man? Is that what they told you to do?
No.
okay. Let us end it there.
Please, hold on, Mr. Jonico, please.
Okay.
Emeka, can I say something? And I'm saying this respectfully. When I came in, Thomas gave me the permission.
Yeah, I gave her the
hold on. And you've been interrupting everyone that's
You don't tell me how to interject. No, Ada, you don't. No, Ada, Thomas, you can kick me. You can take me off. Ada cannot tell me how to speak, who to speak to. It's not your show. If it's your show, I will say, okay, it's your show, and I will take myself off. You can't tell me who to speak to and how to speak and when to interject. Stop it, Ada. Don't do it again. It's not your show. It's Thomas's show. Even if he gave you the right, you can't tell me that. If it's out today, there's a reason why. If it's out today and I'm saying I'm interjecting, you can tell me, and I'll say, okay, I don't no problem. Since you don't want me to interject, I will leave. And I don't try it again. Don't do it again. Please, don't do it again. Don't tell me who to speak to, how to speak, and what you want to hear. Don't do it again, please. On your show, manage your show the way you want to manage your show. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Emeka. Thank you, Emeka. Ada, let us end it. Let us end it there. Okay, let me continue. So, as I was saying, I know 3 friends. These are friends. These are friends. These are not just acquaintances or people. These are friends. 3 of them travel to Nigeria. They brought their woman, and they have problem. After that woman, after they sponsor them to be successful with their job. So, look, it is not good. If you see a friend that, went through such ordeal, it is a serious calamity. It takes a lot of psychological, weight on you as a man when a woman that you sponsored to be successful now decided to abandon you, to say, I don't want you anymore. Particularly when you come from a culture. They're not Yoruba, they are not Yoruba men, they are Igbo men. And these are my friend. I am telling you this, I know them. And you know what it means, what it takes to marry in Igbo land, what you have to spend It's like you spend your whole life savings to marry. And for that woman to now say, look, I don't want you anymore after you have sponsored her to be a successful woman. It is bad. It's evil. No matter what that man have done, the love is there. You can correct it. You can get along. And two of them are blessed with children. So the other one, no child yet when it happened. But the other two, they are blessed with children. And yet, you cannot even look at the children and say, okay, no matter what is we are going through, we got to rock it together, we can manage it together. And these are men, these are good men. These are very good guys that are very close to me. You can't believe it when it happened. I felt so bad. I was very, and I'm still angry with them till today for what they did to those guys. It's very bad. Don't let us just, we must not condone this at all from either side, whether women's side or men's side. We must not condone. It's very, very bad. So, but love, when you are married, you promise each other you'll be there till death do you apart. Why don't you want to commit to that pledge? It's when you pledge that till death do both of you apart. It's a strong, it's a strong pledge between, between both of you and your God. So marriage is never going to be smooth. Marriage life is never going to be smooth. There's going to be a problem, but we should be able to manage it if the love is there. But when the love is not there in the first place, from one side, because there's no way both of them will get married if love is not from one side. One must surely love one than the other. But if one of them in the marriage does not have that genuine love, but went into that marriage for a reason of yapping or for a reason of financial gain or something, then there's going to be a problem. So that's the way I see it. I don't see people that travel from here to go and get somebody from Nigeria to bring down here. I don't blame them. I blame the people that they brought that doesn't have love for them and then rock down the marriage. So that's the way I will end it. Let others speak. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Baba Jellicop. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Simber, you're going to be next. Could you please unmute?
Okay. Thank you, Adama. My own submission, I'm just going to be very brief because I think a lot of things have been said earlier. But what I want to say is that if I want to remain, specific about the topic, what are the factors that make some of these marriages that we are talking about not to be successful? I think they have mentioned a lot of reasons. One of them is what I actually mentioned earlier about the investment in marriage, and I think Babajele could also talk about that. I think right from the start, from the way we are designed, is actually when you talk about relationship, is men that actually initiate relationship most of the time. And we are the one that will actually invest a lot of our resources, our money, our time, and everything. Even starting from even having a girlfriend, boyfriend, is men that will start it. So we are the one, to me, as Emeka said, is men that loves, and women don't love. It is what you can bring to the table. And that is why it's very easy for women to say, no, I'm no longer interested, because they invest little or nothing into that relationship. So it's very easy for them to quit. And if you go and look at the statistics, most of the divorce rate, you discover that it's women that will actually initiate. Men, we are placid when it comes to relationship. We can tolerate a lot of things. It will be very difficult for a man to say, I'm no longer interested. We can tolerate a lot of things, but women, their elastic limit is very, very so low that any little thing they can say no. And because they have little or no investment in that relationship. Then, so if as a man you go to your country to go and get a woman, let me say this is a very wrong thing to go and do these days, because the interest is not, the love is not there. The only thing that this man is coming from abroad, he has a lot of money, I'm going to be liberated, I'm going to jack out of this country. Whatever, but in fact, they will pretend a lot and say, yeah, they love you because of what they are looking for. And once they get out there, then because there's no love in the first place, you are the one that do everything, put your money, your life, everything you put it into it. So once they get there, they will leave you once they have what the dependent that they have. So it's a wrong thing for somebody to say you can, unless maybe you have started relationship before you leave. Then you can go back and take whoever you are, because that one you have started. If you are when you are nobody, that was when you have started the relationship. I think that one can work. But in the situation whereby you are already made and you are going back, is a wrong, is going to most of these things will not work. So because another thing is that these days, I think before women used to have only one identity. The way a woman is raised in our own society, because it's that traditional woman, you have to know how to cook, you have to be diligent, you have to be this, you have to be humble, because you are going to marry a man, and those are the qualities that they used to teach our girls. But these days, because of the advent of the social media, there are so many things that people are putting out there. So our women are in that they are searching for identity. They don't even know which one to take now. So there's identity crisis. So even leaving Nigeria, go to America, where we have a lot of all these feminism and all those things. It will just throw them into identity crisis, and then everything will fall apart. So, and if you look at it, if you want to go to Bible, want to go to the Quran, or even any traditional thing, is everybody has a role. And if you don't have, because even animals, they have a role, and that's why we're a social being. But in a situation whereby we want to make everything chaotic, and then you said anybody can do anything, if you don't submit to something, you fall for everything. And that is what we are having. We have to take a reflection about what is happening. We say, oh, our mothers, they suffer because they stomach a lot of things, but they are the one that made us where we have to be successful. Because in a relationship, as Babajeko said, you have to face crisis and you have to know how to manage it. But these days, nobody wants to even put any effort into especially women. I'm very sorry to say this. So those are the problems that we are facing these days. What I will advise any man, I want to shake a table. Now, I will advise anybody, whether man or woman, don't marry anybody that you cannot divorce. That is the plain truth. Don't marry anybody that you cannot divorce. Because if you marry somebody that you claim that you so love, and the eventuality it now happen, you are going to be devastated. So be in the midway. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, you can go your way and without any problem. So I think that's how I'm going to rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simba. I really appreciate your inputs. I'm going to go to, I believe, Adewale or Remy. I'm confused who came in first.
Adewale. Is Adewale.
Okay. Mr. Adewale, can you go on next? Can you please unmute?
Can you skip me for now and I will come back? Maybe you go to the next person.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Remy,
Remy?
can you please? Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And it's quite an interesting topic. I will base my own analysis on, first, I will look at the modernity aspect of life, and I also look at global phenomenon. And for the man that is going to bring a wife from Nigeria, I will preach three things: patience, understanding, and action. That action is only to be known to that man. And I will break it down this way. When you are bringing a woman from Nigeria, because we live in a modern era, whatever you are going to tell her, she already knows more than 80% of it. She will think that I'm coming from Nigeria, is not good, no electricity, no road, nothing. And then she's going to Western world where almost everything of life is better than Nigeria. And she knows at the back of her head that mostly the rules and regulation favors the female more than the male. So she has that on at her left hand and she's not going to eat with it. So that is the first mistake that most men don't know. Men can go for love. Love is a good thing of life. At least you cannot live in isolation. So bringing a woman from Nigeria is a good cause. If you truly believe that you don't want the Western world because they are too highly independent, and you don't want somebody that is too confrontational, and you don't want somebody that will say, oh, let's split the work. You cook, and I just do some minor simple thing at home. I've seen a lot of men that cook every day for their family. Things have changed. So for that, because of modernity and global phenomenon, men should be careful. Now, when you bring your woman here, there's a lot of
Remy, sorry for cutting you. This matter of cooking, what is the crime? Because I know Ajali Kuku was trying to push some things earlier on. What did you say anything bad in?
No, for me
cooking?
personally, I think both of them should help one another. Because if both of you are doing 8 or 6 hour shift, I think if both of you come home together at the same time, I guess both of you will be a little bit tired. And probably you can help your wife while she's cooking. You can also help her handle something. Or while you are cooking, she'll also stand beside you, not thinking while you are cooking, she go and watch TV. It's diminishing for a
No,
man.
but hold on, Mr. Remy. People of like someone has made a comment. A man cooking, does that make you less of a man?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say is this: if the man likes cooking or he wants to cook that day, I think the onus is also good for the woman to stand by his side and help to do some little thing. Not why he's
Remy,
cooking.
Remy, I cook. I cook for the family. If you like it, you can like it.
No,
I'm a
you
good
don't.
cook. I'm a good chef. My mom is my mom is a caterer, so I cook.
Thomas, I think you
Yeah.
are getting it wrong. What I'm trying to say is simple. It's very simple. We preach love here, and I preach understanding and
You
patience.
see, Thomas, sorry, Remy, I like what you're saying, right? Even what Thomas said, I like that. See, Thomas, I don't have a problem with men that cook. What I
I think I
clearly
thought
say,
maybe you have problem with it.
no, I don't have a problem. You should, if you are alone, you should cook for yourself to eat, right? Are you going to, if you accept you want to be eating outside, it's fine, whatever you want. But men should live by principles and policies, and you have a philosophy. For
Okay.
me, that time you are using to cook, you can still use that time to think about making money. One, you can also still use that time to either fix vehicles. Two, you can use that time to either do something that can add, it depends on what you want to do,
Okay.
right?
Can
It
I?
depends. So I don't, but for me,
Don't take my
what I
time.
would say is stick with your philosophy, understand it, because that's why I said when women speak, I don't take their words, I take their
Can
action.
I continue?
Emeka,
Go ahead.
can you please continue? Thank you.
Let me continue. I mentioned global phenomenon and I mentioned modernity. I know the reason why I said so. The world we live now has totally changed. And when you live your own culture as Nigeria, why tradition and culture still play a big role. But when you live to the Western world, it's totally opposite. And when you live in a country, there's so many things that you are going to imbibe or change your life. You are going to workplace, you are going to meet different people from different nationalities all over the world. But what are they going to talk among themselves as if your woman is working? And the society itself, when in the streets, you see how they behave to one another. And because we are also human beings, we tend to say, oh, I see my friend holding hand with his husband or wife. You also like something like that. So the modernity and global phenomenon have completely changed the game totally. So I now preach understanding and patience. If you are the traditional man in Nigeria, you don't like that kind of thing. But when you're in abroad, you must also show love, show understanding and patience. The patience aspect of it is that every person, whether man or woman, can bring their own attitude at any time. And when they brought those attitudes, it depends on you as a man. How do you handle those attitudes? If you will say fire for fire, that is the beginning of a divorce. But if you are calm and try to understand where is she hungry, why this attitude is coming from.
But what
Is
is
it,
wrong with divorce? Is there
no,
anything wrong with it?
I will come to that one. That would be my latest card. Okay. So
You
if you
see,
can,
go
if
ahead,
you,
go ahead.
yeah, with understanding and patience, you can really have a good life with your partner, and with love also there. But the love I'm talking about is not love with your head, not your heart. I'm sorry to say this because nowadays we must do something practical. You must be very realistic with yourself, not something you cannot do or something that can put you into debt. Only on yourself because you want to satisfy your wife, and then you think I should go and borrow money to buy a special ring or a special dress or take her to an expensive restaurant. Just
Like man of prestige.
yeah, open the book to her. This is me. This is what I want. I cannot do more than this. If you want to stay, stay. But now the last one, which I call action for the man to hold back. You as a man, you are bringing a wife from Nigeria. The thing you put into your own left hand is divorce. Because if you roll a coin, it can either be left or right. The left or right can be good or bad. If it turns out bad, don't waste your time. Because if you are thinking I'm going to manage it, the more she showed that attitude and she does not intend to change, then that will give you a lot of stress and depression. And if you don't want that one, you play the action card, which is divorce. That's my case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Remy. Mr. Dewale, are you ready to speak?
Not yet, not yet. Just few minutes.
Okay. BT, can I go to you next? Welcome to the show. Thank you. BT, can I go to you next? You're the next person. Could you
No,
mute in?
sorry,
Yes.
go to the next person. Go to the next person. I'll just skip me for now. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Kandu, can you do you have any more things that you want to add to what everybody just said? Mr. Kandu, can you hear me?
Okay. Since he's not talking, let me just add a thing or two. I think y'all have said most of it, or I mean all of it. So people like what they like. People like what they like. Feelings change. And for those that still want to hold on to tradition, living in the modern world, I think that's where the fiction is. The friction is. I mean, sorry. People want to. Oh, I mean, this. Of course, you cannot expect to still keep. I mean, in its entirety. I mean, what was once defined as marriage. So if you notice now, people don't even use the word marriage anymore. It's more, they call it partnership, or they come up with all various different kinds sort of names that. So it's been redefined or relabeled into something else. I mean, that was initially at the supervision.
Who are those people redefining marriage? The word marriage.
So you need to look at.
Are they the Libra from?
I mean, even
no, the alphabet people.
The
alphabet.
Each one of each party. Are they those people?
It's not a no. It's not.
In UK, it's not partner, living partner in UK.
Yeah. So
like anymore.
So you're looking at below 30, 35 and below. The way they view marriage is quite different from, the way you see it or the way I see it. So it's different now. Now, for those that want to keep up the tradition, what I've noticed is this.
that let's say a man that is traditional wants a conservative, like a traditional wife, right? But he still wants her to be modern in a way, right? So I want you to clean, cook, and do
one sec, please. I don't Ajali Coco. I don't know where this word is going to. There's marriage now, open marriage is one thing. You can go out, mess around. The man can go out, the lady will go.
That is American say, Thomas. That one has been in America for a long time. It's not a new phenomenon. It has been
feminism started in the 50s.
It has been
right?
there.
No, hold on.
Paramount in Australia, and you are afraid, right?
Yeah, no, feminism started in the 50s. It started as women's rights. We moved. Now we are in the fourth feminism wave, right?
Yeah, but see, feminism itself is like they say, it's a luxury of the West. Once you leave the West and you go to the East or other places, you don't
get to hear the nonsense.
Yeah, because they have. So the reason why a woman in America will slap. So the reason why, okay, now I'm 6'3.5", 245 pounds, right? I'm chiseled. I know I cannot go to a 6'5", 300-pound man and slap him because we have an argument. That's man to man because we understand there's a certain of violence, right? But a 150-pound, 5'2" woman can slap a 6'7" man in America because they're arguing. Do you know why? Because she knows he dare not slap her back. Because the system protects her from that. So the system itself is designed where it allows them to get away with things that ordinarily they would not get away with without that protection. Now, fairly or unfairly, but I'm just saying that, it is that luxury that they've enjoyed. But I'm not trying to even lay blame on any gender. But to my original point, what I'm saying is, what I'm noticing when it comes to divorce and all that, what I'm noticing is people like women, for instance, they want a man that is conservative, but also allows the modernity part of the marriage, where he's a modern man.
They want to pick and choose like Christians,
right? So and you want a man that wants a conservative wife, but he also wants her to work hard and work 60 hours a week while cooking and cleaning and taking care of the kids at the same time. So they want to eat their cake and still have it on both sides. So that's what I think is going on. If you want to be conservative as a man, you must live.
BT, what is the divorce rate in the East, especially let's say India?
Yeah, because like I said, the luxury of the West, feminism,
it's not even the luxury. Let me tell you what is happening. Because if you look at divorce rate in India, it's about just 1% or below 1%. What happened is that the way they conduct their own marriage is actually women that marry the men. It is a woman that will pay dowry for a man.
Simba.
You understand? Let me finish. I know where. I'll round up now. So a woman that invested, you understand, in a man will not want to lose that investment. And that's why they put in a lot of effort to make sure that marriage is successful. But in our own climb, the reverse is the case. You understand? You are talking now. You don't want to be gender blame one gender or the other because you want to sound nice. Fine. But the issue here is this. If you look at it critically, a lot of problem is about the women because they want to eat their cake and have it at the same time. You cannot tell me that even you yourself, you are doing 50-50 with your wife. Or whether even if they say 50-50, in the practicality of it, it's not actually 50-50. But at the same time, they want you to do their homework. You will not have a flat tire in your house now. Ask your wife to go and fix it. She will not even dare it. She will not go there. She will ask you to go and do it. There are certain things that in the house they will classify as men's role. But
thank you. Now
you
see where you are coming in now, Remy. Now
no, this is Simba. This is Simba.
Remy, you are hitting.
This is
sorry,
Simba. This is
sorry,
Simba.
Sorry, my bad,
Uh-huh.
Simba. Now you are hitting the practicality of things. So when you are hearing men say, "Oh, I cook. Oh, I cook,"
it's
now you
because
have brought
a
an
lot of
example. Let that tire burst, or
a lot of them has been
let the
a
roof
lot
leak.
of men. A lot of men has been emasculated. They have been emasculated.
Yes,
And
men are weak now. Men are completely weak, like man of prestige.
Emeka, sorry to interject. I just want to quickly chip this in. When you say men are weak, I don't totally agree with you. You have to look at the country rules.
It's not by choice. No, but it's not by choice.
It's the rules and regulations.
Like,
let me give you a very good example. Now, you know, in Nigeria, when you see a pretty babe, you can walk up to her and say, "Hey, baby," just chat her up or something like that. Here in Europe, especially here, you cannot walk up to a lady just like that. She can call the police for harassment.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. The fact of the matter Remy, just to answer, you can actually walk up to a woman and talk to her. It is the way you do it. It is not how you do it. The way you do it.
Remy, let me just clarify something with Emeka. Emeka, you know, in my college days, I used to be a photographer, like undergrad, and I learned quickly working with models that I can walk up a model-looking man, chiseled muzzle, and has this feature, can walk up to a woman and say the nastiest stuff and get away with it.
Correct. I agree with you.
So it's more of the level of attraction of the woman. If she's a you can
I
say
agree with you.
Yes, she did. And so it's about knowing, you know what they call pre-selection with women.
Yes, I agree with you completely.
Before you approach, if she's not pre-selecting you, don't even bother, because if you do, then it will be creepy. That is the difference in the West. In Africa or other places, even if you had the ugliest man, you can still approach without the wahala. But in the West, if you don't really read the body, if you don't know what good approach means, and you go and it gets into trouble. That's the problem.
No, for some of us that God has blessed with good genes, like yourself now, you are tall, you are 6'3", you can do it and get away with it. You understand? So for some men who are not born with good genes, I think they can't get away with it.
So what I'm trying to say here in
that's the difference between the East, the West, and North places.
The law protects the women more, and because
that's
of
not
that,
true. That's not true. That's not true. No, I'm not kidding myself. That is not true. You see, my very good friend is a family lawyer, so I know a bit of it. I won't say, if I say I know it, I'm sounding off my ass, but I know because it tells me about what the law says. It is men that when I say men are weak, I know what I'm saying. It is men, and to be very fair, it is the men that refuse to trigger the divorce. The women are the most that trigger. And he tells me that women take more action to leave their marriages, especially when they know that they are tired. But the man will keep begging. It's not him telling me. He has shown me. A man will keep begging.
Mr. Remy, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that the law applies, when you say the law, they take advantage? Could you please explain, like give more details of what you're trying to say so I can understand what you're saying?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I said, could you give more
Are you not Remy again? You have another name.
You know, it's the code now.
Whether it's dropping now, but it's not yet code. Okay, today is about 12 to 17. Oh my God. Okay, it's getting a little bit. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this: I've seen a lot of cases when there is a friction between a wife and a husband, and when they are talking in terms of determining who take care of the child or who the child will be with. Most time, women always have about 60 to 70% of giving.
That's not true. That's not true. It is men that refuse to go for 50-50 because they feel that, okay, they may not have the time. That's not true. I'm quoting the law.
Can I ask you for a favor?
I'm quoting the law.
Can you allow him to finish? Then you can interject,
that is one case. And then the second one I want to quote is is someone I knew that something happened to him. Actually, this person, he has a friction with the wife.
Sorry,
And
Adam. I will appreciate it if you stop interjecting me. I truly will appreciate it. Okay. When I'm saying something is not true, I know what I'm saying, and I can bring up the law. Please, I will appreciate. I know you don't like me, and I can also say I don't like you too.
okay, take
Please,
it
I
easy.
will appreciate it if you could.
Emeka, I am
If you could.
asking you.
No,
I am
I could.
asking you
No.
kindly
I
that
don't want to. I
when
don't want to
someone
get
is
this, please.
speaking,
Hold on.
please
I don't
allow
want.
them to
Now listen. Now
finish.
listen, Ada.
Then you
Listen,
can
please.
interject.
Please
Thank you.
listen. Now listen. Don't tell me how I want to speak and how to speak. I appreciate you don't like my opinion, but keep it at that. So when I say something is not true, I want to support it with evidence. Don't
Okay.
tell me that I should let on your show, which I will not even attend. On your show,
Emeka, let
you can
me-
control your show the way you want. So, Ada, please let this be the last time. I'm saying it that this is the second time. Please stop it.
Okay, just take it easy, Emeka. First thing I want you to know is that the world is big and it's global. And I think if I can say, maybe the majority of your life, you have lived in Africa and also in America or Canada. I don't know where you are exactly. So you cannot generalize everything because what is practiced in Asia is totally different from what is practiced in the Western world. And what is practiced in Europe sometimes is a little bit different of what is practiced in America. What I'm trying to say is that I remember vividly that in China, when they divorced their wife, when the wife divorced their husband, all the property go to the wife. And when they now say that most women are taking advantage of this kind of situation, the government, they change the law immediately. And when they change the law, when there's a divorce, then you share it 50-50. Or they do it this way. Once you are going to the marriage, you list all those items you are taking to the marriage. The wife lists, the husband lists. And once you divorce, everything you take to that marriage belongs to you.
So, Remy, I don't know about Chinese law.
No,
Yes, you might educate me on that. But for North American, right?
No,
North American law and the Western law, right? Australia, Canada, America. So,
okay, that's just a diversion. I just want you to understand that what took place in every of this region or whatever is totally different. Now I'm talking about this man have a friction with the wife, and the wife threatening with a knife, and there's a kind of blood or whatever. At the end of the day, the man was so smart guy. He recorded everything on his phone. That's what saved that man that day. If not, they would have deported him. And the woman will still continue to live here. So the law in Europe, you can ask anybody that lives in Europe, the law favors the women more than the man. And every man that lives there knows the truth, unless they are trying to, they don't want to tell
you. Okay, Remy, I don't agree. There's a reason why I say I don't agree. This is a talking point men spin. The law is actually fair. Yes, there could be some biases, and you could use biases, not favor. There could be some biases because why? The women are not seen typically to be instigators of crime. Most crimes, based on statistics, are being done by men.
That is where I will ask you a question. So now, what you just mentioned now is that they see women as more weaker than men. So anything that happens,
that's the bias, not favor.
So that's what we are trying to say.
That's the bias. So when you use favor, it means that when you take your case to a court, you are not going to get the outcome that you want. But when you say biases, but then you now need to come with evidence to support, to show that truly you are the victim. Like for instance, now you call, if your wife calls the police in North America or whatever, they would come to the view that okay, she has been assaulted. But once they clearly look at you, you are spilling blood everywhere, and she is as fresh as the goose this thing. Then like this person appears to be the victim here, and you appear to be the perpetrator. They are going to arrest her. When you clearly say your point.
I'm sorry, in this kind of climate here, I'm telling you.
No, I know from the law. So except when both of you are now fighting. Now for the peace to reign,
they would literally advise the man to leave the home.
Emeka, you should understand, the perspective that this guy is speaking.
I'm not saying I don't understand him, because he used favor.
He's speaking from the perspective of an immigrant over there. So
Okay.
the law over there, and in that country where they still practice racism, so they will still disfavor him, even if the law is on his side, except he hire a lawyer that will stand up and fight on him, and he have to pay through his nose for that. But for being a black in that racist country, they will, use the law.
But we must be clear now. We must be clear. In a sense, let's not be generic, right? So that we don't confuse people.
Let me quickly answer both of you so that another person will talk. I'm not looking at it from the immigration point, but I am trying to tell you what, in this climate, the law favors female more than the male, and every man knows here. Even here in Finland, majority of the couple, they don't normally marry. It's just an understanding to live together, have children. Sometimes the way they even do is surprise you, that a man, a husband, go to the shopping mall and buy whatever he wants. The wife also go there, and they split the refrigerator into two. This is yours, this is mine. So the majority of the people here is about that is why I am telling you that the phenomenon that is happening around the world is totally different. In Africa, we should cherish the culture and tradition. Here, they preach independence and they preach individuality.
No, but that's the weakness, Remy. That's the weakness of the man in that house.
I cannot say it's the weakness of the man. That is the society.
But you know what? The elites don't operate that way. That's one thing you need to understand.
They can agree have baby mama, baby
exactly.
Baby
So why would a man tolerate that kind of?
And I'll be dividing my freezer.
Thank you. Why would a man tolerate that kind of deal if he's not a weak man? Why would so Remy, hear my viewpoint, hear my logic. Why would a man accept such kind of deal if he's not a weak man? Why?
No,
you can't say, you can't excuse the behavior.
Emeka, please, I beg you. I've already laid my premises on one thing, and the premise is so simple. The way they practice is different from region to region. If you tend to live here and you want to marry one of them, I'm not saying every one of them will do like that. But if you want to marry a Finnish girl now, Finnish girl preaches individuality, they preach independency. So you must know, that's why I preach understanding and patience. So if you are coming here,
so what you have said, what you are telling us now is that they have completely finished all the Finnish men.
Okay, come and marry them.
Okay, can I say something? Can I say, since we've said where we stand when it comes to when we want to get married, what is your preference on? Yeah, who wants to speak?
Yes. Let Adama land. Let her land. Yeah. Land what you say. Yeah.
I guess she's concluding the. I don't know, what's the topic actually? You remind me.
The topic is, where do you prefer to get married? Do you prefer going to the diaspora to get a woman? If you live here in the diaspora, do you want to marry someone you met here, or do you want to go back home and get a wife?
Wait a minute. I thought I was speaking before everybody hijacked my.
You weren't speaking no more. You dumb, bro.
You guys, man. I can't even.
Okay. BT, can you finish that? Mr. Dewale will go next.
Dewale, can you meet your $4 mic or something?
At least you can hear me clearly tonight.
Yeah, just mute your cheap mic. Okay.
You get away with this Agbado mic, Joe.
All this enemy of progress. All this will have been sounding like kind of song. They won't let me hear what tonight. My friend, sound better.
Okay. Here's the point. You can marry anywhere. Is the quality in that partner or wife or husband that matters. People have gone back home to bring a spouse and it hasn't worked out. So there's no guarantee, especially in today's world, that going to Nigeria will. Of course, you have some traditional values that you might want in a woman that you might get over there. but there are Nigerians here too. So it just requires you networking and to find the kind of woman you want or the kind of man you want. So the idea of going to Nigeria solely because I can't find any woman here, or I can't find any man here, so it's better back home. There's no guarantee for that, and it's even harder because that will be long distance dating and courting and all that. Unless you have families involved. I mean, there have been family. I have seen arranged marriages that have worked. I've seen those that have not worked. So, but as a man, for me, if let's say I want to marry like a Fulani woman, and she has all the values I'm looking for.
They are very beautiful.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying beyond the beauty. Because if I'm looking for beauty, that is everywhere. You can find beautiful men over the place. But if I'm very specific about I'm looking for an elder woman that has the values I'm looking for, the culture and everything, then I will look for a Fulani woman where I live in America. It requires me doing a little bit of research and making some calls and trying to figure it out. But
where will you see Fulani woman in America? Where?
Oh, I'm there.
You want to go online to search for?
No. I'm not about online. No. Okay.
Have you met one before?
Yeah, there are also people in America. Yeah, California, by the way, they have a flag.
Don't dare BT. BT is a womanizer. Don't mind him.
It's about networking. Listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a doctor. He's a doctor without body. So that's
hold on, BT, is that the new language for connection now? Is networking?
No, but that is what supposed to be.
He's a doctor without border. Don't mind him, so he can meet people around. Doctor without border.
No, guys, I'm being serious. Okay. Let's say you are a man that is very successful. Very successful. You have all these degrees. You make all this money. And say, man, I want a young lady that is also educated in this field. Blah blah blah. You just make the call out, and people will do the job for you, and they will help you find someone that fits that profile. Yes,
I agree.
It's called networking now.
Yeah.
How do you think all people get married? They network.
Yeah, but BT, I agree with what you said. Like for me, what I'm saying for me as a professional, I met my husband here, and my husband is a neurosurgeon. Okay, I'm anesthesiologist. So for both of us, we're in the medical field.
You met in the theater. Instead of you to be doing your work, you are looking at yourself, Adama.
So the point I'm trying to make is, someone like him, I don't see my husband going home to look for a wife, the man I know now. So what you say makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, so I'm saying those values you can find it here plus some more. Because by the way, people also have this issue that I've noticed. People that bring spouse from back home, the adjustment to the especially if the person is still struggling or they're not where they want to be. So if somebody lives here and they understand the system,
give me 5 seconds, 10 seconds. We've been talking. We always mention this, that men also just a little bit digress. Man always get abused. We attend on this platform. Have you seen any man the wife is beating? I've never seen one. I just heard it. I don't know.
No, guys.
Thomas, you want me to send the video to you?
No.
Let me send video.
Let me land.
Thomas, you're a man, and you know that even if a man is abused, he's not going to say because
he's not going to say it.
He's not going to put it in public now. As a man, your ego has been bruised. You're not going to say,
no. But see, hold on. Which power that woman gets? Where did my wife?
It's not about power. Like I
told I'm talking you earlier. Of physical. I'm talking of physical beating.
Hold on, Thomas, please. If a woman in the West slaps her husband, right? She's a very small lady and she slaps him. If he slaps her back and she gets bruises, the police comes. Who are they arresting?
They will arrest the man.
They will arrest the man. They will arrest the man. They will not even. Yes.
It's not because
Africa.
Including Africa, Thomas. Africa, it does happen in Africa. The only reason why you don't get to hear about it is because the men cannot come out publicly or share it with their friends because they feel so ashamed. They feel so ashamed. They feel like they're less of a man if they share it with their whoever they confide on and say, "Oh, I'm going through this abuse."
Adama, I'm saying which kind of power that woman we have. That we now beat me.
Thomas, you are missing the point.
Okay, hold on, Thomas. Do you know that
Thomas,
abuse
you are lucky, oh.
Thomas, do you know that abuse?
Psychological abuse,
yes.
for their head.
Yes.
Thomas, hold on, please. Psychological abuse from a woman is even worse than the physical.
What's that beating the person? Yes.
It's not about
Hello, everybody.
So you are missing the point.
Hi, how you guys doing? Can everybody hear me clearly?
No, your mic is not okay.
Adewale, go and change your phone.
No, because so bill he doesn't pay the internet bill.
Can you guys hear me clearly now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Your voice is
can hear me clearly. Is it clear now?
No, but it's still shaking. It's still shaking. Yeah.
Okay. This is becoming a little bit embarrassing, but I've taken off the Bluetooth. Quickly, let me just address the question posed by that dama. I don't want to get one. Did I say it correctly?
Dewale, fix your mic. This is god awful, man. It is Jesus Christ, man. Just
oh my! But you guys can hear me better now, right?
On the
we can hear you, then it dips. We can hear you, it dips, then it comes off again, it dips.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but when you speak, it doesn't come out.
Is Adewale interjecting or is taking over from Babati? Babati still
I'm doing both. Taking over and
why do you want to take over? Get away with this your mic, Jade.
Okay, you guys give me a few minutes. I will join the show. Thomas, make sure you tune me back.
Come back. Go and get your mic.
Let me be serious. Thomas, hold on. I have seen where a man, very successful, a woman has run him down with the words of her mouth, and I can see the level of. I mean, don't even let me go there because they will confine to you about things, and you will not because they in public they're like an amazing
Babati, Bommy, please. I'm still saying this. Have you ever seen a family, a man, that the wife is beating?
Why you saying this? I said better boss bottle.
Thomas, I'm confused. The question is it that because you've not heard it or witnessed it doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
No. Let me land. Let me land before you bury me. I've been hearing it. I've never seen one before.
And that's you now.
Is you, right?
Now,
go ahead.
I've been hearing it. I know it may be happening, but I've never seen one. Nobody has told me that man, his wife is beating him. But even though it happens, what power a woman we have that will beat me, that will not carry a stick and knock her for head?
And what happens next, Thomas? And what happens next, Thomas? What happens next when you put the stick on it? What happens next, Thomas?
We not die now. We will take our life.
You're not listening. If you strike her with that stick and she bleeds, the police show up, you are going to jail.
No. I'm talking in Africa. I know.
Forget Africa. We are in the West. Stop discussing Africa. We are here now. This is where we are. We're not living in Africa.
Sorry, I think what Thomas is trying to. Sorry.
You can tender your evidence too that your wife.
Evidence. You don't even know how it works yet. You show up and she's crying. Also, you don't even know
Thomas.
how it works. Nobody's going to.
Babati. I think what Thomas is trying to. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what Thomas is trying to pass across, what I believe he's trying to pass across, or what I understand, I think he's trying to ask a question, like asking a question. Have you seen around you? Not maybe you see it on the YouTube or this. because
No,
the
my
reason is that,
my uncle
listen now,
divorced his wife.
listen. You do not always
So
allow
I'm
me
giving
to.
no.
No,
Calm
no,
down
let me
now.
finish
You will
first.
speak
Let
now.
me finish first, I
You're
beg.
not supposed to get to that level of anger. I just want to chip in that my uncle divorced his
No,
first wife
let me
because of
finish.
this.
Then you chip it in, please. I think
Yeah,
what someone is
go
trying
on.
to, what someone is trying to say is this: the way we analyze the issue here, sometimes the way we say it, the way we generalize it, is now looking like when you just step out of your house, you see a woman beating the husband. That's the way we are analyzing it.
No,
So
nobody's
that is why he's asking, have you seen? So the way we always say it, we don't even do exemptions. We don't, like, once you step out of your house, the next building, a woman is beating his husband. When you cross to the other street, a woman is beating his husband. That's why he's asking. Thank
No,
you.
okay. So let's clarify. Isaac, let's clarify. Thomas, nobody is saying that women are all over the place assaulting men up and down. What we're saying is that even for the ones that are happening, they will not come out to say, they will confine in a few people. And I'm saying that beyond physical is more of psychological abuse to the spouse. I've seen where, I mean, I didn't really see it, but
But see, I know the psychological part. That one is much entails.
But
I'm
let me get to
talking
the
about
physical
the
part.
physical. Why not me? How can a
No.
woman beat me?
The one, no.
I'm
The one
just thinking.
I was told, I didn't see it with them. He said because she's ex military, right? They got into a fight, broke something on his head, and even put a gun. She put a gun in the house. So he had to like flee for his life. Like, I can't do this anymore. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." She's like, "No, you do this all the time. You pull a gun at me, blah blah blah. Pull a knife. The day you're gonna use it, then what happens?" So it happens. But like I said earlier, men will only confine to with like close friends or family. They will not say it. That it won't make it the news. It won't go to get to the police. In most cases, they won't say it.
Hey,
So, but it happens.
Prince Daddy, now,
Babati.
who is at fault here? Is it the woman or is it the man?
No. I'm not saying that the man should not be a man and should have seen the red flag. You know, sometimes, like I always say, when men are in love, sometimes that can blind the set of judgment.
Now, you see, when I go back, that's why I said I always would excuse the women and blame the men. Men don't know how to pick. Men don't know how to pick women. They don't. Let's be realistic. Men are getting weak and they are getting weaker.
Emeka, can I say something?
Go ahead.
My uncle, when I was young, he used to tell me something when I was very young, and that really helped me dating women and in college. Because it's like, oh, he said the women leave. He said, so he would call the young. He said, women, because he would always ask us. He said, okay, when the woman left, what did she invest in that relationship? And he always say, women tend to stick around to a man that they have invested in. So ask yourself, when you're having an issue with a woman, what has she invested in your life? If it's nothing, she's going to leave. The more she invests in you, the more she's likely to stay. And I held on to that. So if you meet any woman that you're talking to or you're dating for a while, if she's not investing in you, or more, it's not going to last. You can tell. Women stay with women that they invest in. So I hold on to that. But so sometimes when men have the money, they're like, oh, forget, baby, don't worry about it. Don't do this. I got that. No. Stop doing I got this. I got that. She has to invest in you. The same way you are investing in her or the family or whatever, a woman has to also demonstrate that in your life. She has to improve the quality of your life.
Thomas, I mean, BT, I am seconding that 100%.
But you know, our men, our ego now, I'm the man.
They will not, they'll tell you they don't need anything.
That's the problem.
What do you think? No, they act like they don't even. They will never acknowledge. And that's what I was trying to tell Emeka. When a woman doesn't know how much it takes to run a home, she has failed as a woman. That's my opinion. You have to know, because you cannot live in a house and expect your husband to do all these things and you're just sitting there. Yes, you're a professional as well, but it takes two to tango. And I believe when the communication flows and things are so open, if anything happens to either one of you, you can pick up your pieces without feeling that impact so much, because you were so open with each other. And I totally agree with you. We need to learn, our women need to learn to invest in their men just as much as our men are investing in our women.
No, for me, what I would say is I can hear the word investing, right? I still cannot relate with it. Investing in terms of money or investing in terms of time. Now, we need to provide more context when we are talking about investing.
Let me give you context.
I have a quick question for
Let
you.
me hold on, please. Let me clarify the investment, Emeka. So investment means, when you meet somebody, they share your dreams. Okay, this is what I want to do with my life. Blah 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 blah. Like for my own situation now, when I was looking for like a residency, like my lady at the time, she made calls. She made calls like, okay. And when it was a time to get a job at the teaching hospital, I made calls too. That is that means you care about that person.
Okay, that's a fair one, but that is not a guarantee. It's fair, but it's not a guarantee.
No, it's not a guarantee. But I'm saying that the likelihood of people leaving their investment gets lower the more they invest in you. If there's no interest at all, they'll likely leave.
So BT, now where does the onus lie? Who does the onus lie on?
It's the man. It's the man.
Exactly, because
I agree with you.
Nothing is guaranteed. So, and I think, and this is not based on my opinion. It is based on what I have seen with many family lawyers, especially when they handle cases for men. Men are scared of divorce. And it is a huge concern.
Sorry. Can I quickly ask this question to Adama, please? Adama, are you there? When you mentioned...
yes, I can hear you.
When you mentioned investing and women should also contribute, does it include women continue to pop out babies for their man year in, year out? And before you know it, they have already popped out like 5 or 6 children.
No. That's not that's not the investment I'm talking about.
It can also be because some women think that's a kind of way to...
No, anybody can...
Listen.
Yes.
Some women think if they continue to pop out that children for you, you will not have that extra money to spend on side chick outside. That is, some of them give a reason for that. At the end of the day, they pump out 5 children for you, and they want you to give them the same lifestyle, good education, good clothing, food, good housing, and everything. And so I just want you to factor that into your consideration, because to some women, that's a big investment.
I think that's the most important investment a woman can actually give to a man.
No, but what I'm
pushing
talking
out
about,
the
this
next
is
generation for him, putting out the next footprint, his lineage, extending his lineage to the next generation. That's the biggest investment a woman can do for a man. I can hear what you guys are talking about. I don't, if it's time, maybe money, do they spend their money? Do they really? And do you want it as a man? That's, the main answer is that's why I put that responsibility on the man to continue to always provide and be in a position to provide.
This is what I learned about women, just for me. It's like driving a car. When it comes to advising, because my lady does advise me some things. It's like me driving a car, and she's like a side mirror that sees things I cannot see. Women have amazing peripheral view of things. Men are very tunnel vision sometimes. When you're so focused on things, I'm
not disputing you on that. That's fine.
So what I'm saying is, if I can say, okay, we walk into somewhere now and say, okay, maybe you didn't do this or that. Oh, consider that. But she is very smart the way she presents advice to me. She's like, oh, maybe you should consider this. Maybe you should consider that. So it's like a suggestion, right? So the way you even present your ideas to your spouse matters as much, because you don't want to, the man's ego is don't fight it. It is what it is. So it's like a woman that knows how to stroke your ego while at the same time, advising you, is a very beautiful woman. It's just
absolutely, that is their job, right? To stroke a man's ego, to stoop low to conquer. I don't know if many of you have read that book. Submit to his leadership, as well as being a confidant to him. We are not getting that type of women nowadays. What we are hearing.
But is the man okay? Let me ask you, Emeka. So what was the man doing during the dating phase? It's like these are things you pay attention to.
Great point. That's why I pass that onus to men, because men are picking nonsense. You see, like I used to listen to before he passed on, Kevin Samuels, and he was quite right on what he was saying.
Men don't pick nonsense, Emeka.
Men.
Emeka,
okay, maybe I was a bit harsh with that.
No.
Right.
No. Emeka, before you continue, you know, my dad, I think I said it on the show before. My father used to do something when I was very young, dating. And I never really knew what he was saying until I grew up a little bit, like, you know, a little bit more mature. So if I'm dating any girl, right, and we are kind of serious and she knows about the girl, he will always ask me the same question. Does she ask for your advice on anything?
All right, yeah.
I didn't know why he kept asking. He always does with any girl I was dating. Does she ask for your opinion on anything? I'm like, what does that mean? So down the road, I found out if she's asking you for your opinion about something, that means she values your leadership.
Correct.
You have to pay attention. If you are dating any girl and she's not asking you for advice or opinion on anything, she does not respect you as a man.
Correct.
Don't waste your time. So it's like men have to learn to pay attention to the way the woman sees you.
And with you understanding that, right, a woman would always seek the opinion of a man on specific important issues. If you are not that man, then and you are married to her, then you've picked nonsense. She's either asking an opinion from either her pastor or her father or one of our uncles or many of our uncles too. So if you are married to it's great point. I think your father very experienced. He understands what is going on. Many men.
Babati.
Yes, sir.
Babati, are you married now? Are you married?
Yes. Yeah. I have 3 kids, 3 boys.
Okay, finally, were you able to get that kind of woman?
Yes. I mean,
it means that woman is not among the women we are discussing today.
I mean, no, actually, no, she's not.
Okay.
You know, one thing I found out about women was that when a woman finds a good man, don't call me a good man, just like
a man that they see value in. That's the right way.
They will, you know, women will guide that thing with their life. They will
correct.
They will call their friends of like, I don't care about you people anymore.
Correct.
They will like no.
Correct. But that's why I don't pay attention to them. It is the man. It is the man himself. Because if women know how to smell value in men, they know. Men don't understand. They can see value in you. They can smell it from afar. They know what you can offer to them. And if they think that value is enough, they will comport themselves. A woman who is smoking will stop smoking. A woman who does not go to church and you go to church will follow you to that church. The things you want her to do, she will do it. You will control
even if
that
woman. If she has the rules for other men, for you,
but Emeka, you should also know that too, that people change. Values.
Most definitely, I'm not disputing that people won't change, but then again, it still lies with the leadership of that man to always ensure disciplinary measures are in place for any weakness. You must be strict.
So,
it's not
how do you feel about men that are always running up trying to please the woman to agree to?
Those men are very weak and silly. They are weak and silly men. It's like you giving your child everything he or she wants. What do you think you are raising? You are going to raise a spoiled child. So why would you run around? Why are you trying to please a woman? The woman should be pleasing you, not you pleasing a woman. You are the man. You are the God in the house. You are the sunshine in that place.
They will say, "Baby, I will buy you. Let's go." The one that annoys me the most. This is even Nigerian diaspora. So let me take you shopping. Shopping like she's gonna date you because you want to take her shopping. Yeah, she will chop your money, or maybe a couple of times in bed.
But those are men. Those are men who don't understand. You don't lead with your pocket on those kind of issues, right? It's not necessary. If you see, it is very important. That's why I say they can smell value. Number one, you are doing well with what you're doing. You're a working professional. You probably medical doctor, top IT. A man must get to a certain level, right, with his career to demonstrate that he is good at what he's doing and the future is bright. But I know many of us will try to want to get married young. I don't think it's okay, in my view. You must have demonstrated at least within mid-management level, or you own your business and you've demonstrated excellence consistently before you start a family. You pick a woman, so she looks at you.
Emeka,
Yeah.
Emeka. Okay. Okay. But let me give a new dimension to what we are discussing. Because earlier BT was talking about successful men.
Mm-hmm.
When we meet successful men, not men that are all this middle class of a thing. We are talking about really successful men. If you look at
that is objective, right? If you want to, you can say
I'm
maybe
talking about top 1%. I'm talking yes,
okay, fine, okay, yeah, yes. I get you now. I get you better now.
Top 1%.
I get you now.
Okay, now as you grow up, your priority changes. I'm very sorry to say this.
No, there's no need for you to be sorry. I agreed.
Okay, so if you are there up there, somebody, all these people like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and others, what they are looking for in a woman is different from what we will be looking for in a woman. Most of the things that we will be demanding for a woman, they can outsource it. Do you understand what I'm saying? They won't care about who cooks for them, who does this for them. What they are looking for is actually the attraction and the sexual gratification that they can get from a woman. And so people will now be looking at them and say, these are the people that we are now using as an example, which is not true.
You see, I know you're saying on a tangent, right? Because I've read about Brigade, and I knew he interviewed multiple women before he picked his wife, Melissa. Yeah, I don't know. There's a book on it. He interviewed the
Melissa
women.
used jazz on him.
Not really. You see, one thing that I've noticed, and I think I've said it here on the platform, that the elites don't play with their genes, their gene pool. They don't. So Brigade runs in a different circle. That's fine. And again, you see, for them, they have kids, or they have one child, or I'm just generalizing on the elite. Divorce doesn't matter. They pay you off and you move on. So, but men are afraid of that mindset. So when you are discussing, so like I was saying, when you are telling a woman, the woman would have seen that value with you. You are arranging and you are telling her, come, this is me. If you mess up, someone will replace you. Yeah, if you do this, this is how it will go. You put the rules in place. You put it in. You are already clear.
Can I interject you briefly?
Emeka, your ability to put those rules also depends on your status.
That is why you must aspire. You see, I don't expect a 24 years old to be entering into a marriage. You are just leaving university or college and you are going into a marriage. That's struggle love for you. And marriage is not about love. How do you cope? Kids come in. Your income is not even enough to carry you and your wife. You have a third party coming in. You are going to struggle. So you must build that's why I said, like mid-management, you would have built that career to a point that you can cater for at least not just yourself. You know that when you get a family, you can care for that family, because your first responsibility, like what Kanto has said, marriage is responsibility.
I totally agree with you, because even if you look at, let me give you for example, as you are growing up, even in your marriage, and your financial capabilities is improving, you discover that there are certain things that you cannot get away with before that you can get away with when your financial status improves. They tend to, by the time you see your wife calling you daddy.
Yeah, you're daddy. You're daddy.
Okay, can I say something? Tonight we've all answered. We've all stated. Oh, go ahead. Do you want to say something?
Yes, I want to say something. Now that
Go ahead, sir.
my microphone is better now.
You borrow the wife's phone.
I beg you, people are darling. Now, I heard my brother Mika saying that the men don't choose right, and I disagree with that, or should I say,
no, that's fair. That's a fair point. Go ahead.
You know, when people are in a dating stage, or should I say, just meeting for the first time, there's this feeling that becloud their sense of
judgment,
or rationality, and they do things just for the sake of, perhaps they try to brush their own ego or make themselves feel important. When they started getting to that advanced stage where things are getting serious, people hardly ask each other's pertinent questions. They believe they can free flow into marriage with the hope that, nature will take its course and they will roll with it. They will roll with the punch, and whatever the life brings to their way, they will face it. And they realize that they're growing apart, and they're growing at a different level, and they change. And then the center could no longer hold, and they separate. Now, women are smart, highly, highly smart. And I've seen a situation where even the so-called elite, someone in that status that I expect will have common sense, being pushed around like a soccer ball by someone we've known to be, what you can call a jagbro, and ended up getting married to this individual without jars. And we begin to wonder why. How come a high-value person like this ended up with someone who had been in the street for a very long time? Women, this is why I say women are smart, is that when they want something, especially before you get to the marriage stage, they know how to placate man. They will pretend.
Adewale, are you sure that man that you are referring to is not just? I think he derived his satisfaction from that marriage from just the attraction and sexual gratification
As a matter of fact, his case was a fry pan to fire. But I won't go into that, because he left his wife and got married to somebody else and then got his hand burnt and tried to get back to the old wife. But what I'm trying to say is this: when people are not married, but they're that honeymoon stage where everything you do is being overlooked by the other person or the other partner, people tend to make mistakes, and that's when people need to pay much attention. But they don't. Singles don't.
So what you did now is you answered you are agreeing with me. So the onus is on the man. We control relationship.
Yeah, what I wanted to
why would the man
understand is that women can manipulate their way.
Then it is the man that wants to be manipulated. It's still boys on the man.
No. Sometimes you think we are going with our head going with our heart instead of our head. And men sometimes pretend that we do that, like we're going into that relationship with our head.
Still boys that you see, and why I'm saying this is it is a lack of. You see, BT came up here, right, and he said something. My father was asking me this question, and he come to the point to realize that I think somehow, but my father didn't, he was very blunt about this with me. He was spitting it out. I think with some men that I've seen, they didn't get the privilege for their father to be involved more in their life to really guide them on women's selection, telling them this is how you do it, this is what you do. Why would a man engage when that is looking at getting married, engage with just flow around with just one woman? I don't get it. You must talk to multiple people.
Yes, you must talk to multiple people, but what about the one that actually impresses you the most, doing virtually everything that you
it's
want?
Not just something. Of course you are value to her. You must sit her down, and you must spill it out.
Yeah, but once the moment your partner understand what makes you who you are, understand your interests, your hobbies, what makes you happy, they tend to have been in control because they can use that to manipulate you. Now, for someone like that who appears to be interested in you asking you questions, trying to give you maybe a solution, or even where you did not solicit for advice is given it, right? People like that will easily get impressed upon them, and you want to bring somebody like that closer. And you could easily fall prey into that trap if you are not looking deeply, because
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you are not hitting the spot. Yes, I like the conversation, and I think this is what typically happens. And again, I will go back to what I earlier said. When a man has no philosophy or principles, he will be seeking those philosophy or principles in someone else, right? A man who has built himself to a certain point would rarely not be seeking opinions and advice from. That's why people don't like Trump. This is a man who has demonstrated excellence consistently, and he has seen that his decision is bringing him success. What do you want to tell Trump that he has not tried? He's just going to look at you and like, who the hell are you? I've been doing this for quite a while. And you say he's arrogant. No, he has translated this consistently, and he has built success for a long period of time. So who are you to come and tell him something different when he has done it? So it is still boils down on the man. So it is a breakdown of leadership on men. And when I say men are getting weaker, this is what I'm talking about. Why would you allow a woman to come and sneak into you and like that? And you say, oh, this one is so good. You hear men say, oh, this guy too fine, he get big yash. And you are like, what the hell?
And Emeka, you also know that sometimes when some certain men that maybe when they were struggling or when they were young, they never really had a lot of women or girlfriends. They were like late bloomers. Late bloomers. So they not got money now. So that inexperience with women at the early age, when they meet beautiful women now, it's just like, okay, that just they have what we call 190s. Like they don't feel like they can do better than that beautiful woman that they have. So they have to please her for her to stick around.
But that has to come with low self-esteem now.
Right.
Exactly. Insecurity.
Hey, guys, I want us to understand. Every human being are not the same. There are certain things some people desire in their marriage or in their own life, and it doesn't make them weak. Sometimes they desire an atmosphere that is more of a companionship instead of just an hierarchy type where the man is the top. Some people do. Okay,
I want to give you an example, Yemi. So I like where you are spinning to.
You said I'm spinning. I'm not spinning.
Yeah. Sorry, I used the word spin, but I like where you are going to. There's this man in Maryland. It's a show, Real Housewife or whatever. The man has, it's a family business that their dad did like a beauty company like that in Maryland. So, but him as the first son was the managing director or the CEO. Why the younger brothers were just directors, and they were not running the day to day. This guy divorced. So he married 3 times. He divorced the first one. He has divorced them. Then guess what? This same man, he's currently in his 60s now, went to go and marry a stripper. Right? Brought the stripper into the business. They ruined the business. Now his brothers came in and kicked him out. What will you call this kind of man? A 65 years old man who made money. He was going to strip club, met this girl as a stripper, thought he could rescue her, a Captain Save a Ho attitude, married her, and the girl came in. Beautiful girl, beautiful. Messed up the business. Your brothers came in and kicked you out of the business. Things became very difficult for you. This same girl now went to meet her former boyfriend and slept with that boyfriend, not once, consistently, to the point that she got pregnant, and the paternity, in short, it appears that boyfriend is the owner of the child. This is a real life show. You could Google it, Real Housewife of Maryland, whatever, like that. So it was my friend who is a lawyer that was putting me up to see how men are useless.
So you watch
What will you call this man?
You watch all those messy shows, man. They make men.
No, I don't watch it. He was pointing to that man. He said I should go and watch this episode on that man. He gave me the synopsis of the man, Real Housewife wife of Maryland, and I'll be Houston, Maryland, and I saw the man. Then that's one. Now look at again. There's this Nigerian guy, the guy who was a front for the former designer, right? Aliku, who went to go and carry, what's that her name? What was the girl's name again? They are now. You see, these are examples of what we are saying. You see, it is. That's why I say I like where you are moving. You are taking us to. But go ahead. What would you call that kind of man?
Emeka, sorry. I want to. Sorry. Oh, okay. Can I quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Emeka, sorry, I want to quickly apologize. Maybe I screamed at you the other time. Sorry. What I wanted to say right now, you see, I agree totally with everything you are saying about men, being alpha, that alpha thing, like a man should be. I agree totally with that. But the area I'm not really comfortable is that basket that you want to throw all the women in. You don't I see you don't have regard for women.
No, that's not true.
Correct me. That's what I interpret from the way.
No, that's not true.
About women.
If you mean my argument with Ada, I was like, I know, the women are very emotional, and with them, if they don't like your opinion, they don't want to hear it. They just don't want to hear what you want to tell them. I know. I grew up with sisters. I've actually dated a lot of women, so I know where she's coming from. So my view was to tell her, I know that you don't like my opinion, but I will say what I want to say. That's just my view. Not that I hate. No. But again, because she doesn't like my opinion, she doesn't want to hear it. That's her emotional aspect coming in. And me bringing me to our understanding that, no, you have to accept my opinion, even if you don't like it. That is, we having a civil discussion. Even if you don't like it, you must. So don't keep cutting me short or trying to want to be dismissive to me, especially when it's not your show. If it's your show, I'm like, okay, I understand. It's not my choice to say, hey, why should I be here? Let me get out. If she doesn't want to hear my opinion, let me get out. But it's not her show. Beautiful topic she brought in, and we've been engaging on this topic for quite. I should even be sleeping by now. We've been engaging on this topic for quite a long time. It's a beautiful spin, which is very good, and it now brings to the height of to me hinging on the point that men have lost it. Let's be very frank. We look around. Look around. See, we are the buyers of the product, right? We are the buyers of the.
Who are the ones defending that the nonsense of is other men that are defending that?
Correct. That's why I say men are not getting with where the
people are different. If you're very conservative and very principled, it's not the women that will come after you. It's the men that are simping for them that will come after you for even standing up. Like, how dare you not do what she wants? How dare you not? They are the ones. So it's other men.
No, they are the enablers. These are the enabling men that are the weak enabling men. Like I have to call man of procedure. I know probably he's listening. He say, "Oh, I'm toxic masculinity." What is toxic masculinity?
The man lives in California. You got to cut him some slack. Okay.
I agree with you. They've confused his brain cells. I agree with you.
Not joke. I'm just joking. Right?
I agree with you because you see, if you look around, especially in the Western world, you will see the degradation of women. Women are not what they used to be in the 80s or even in the 50s, in the 60s. There is a clear degradation, which means the men are not doing the right thing, either as fathers, either as boyfriends, either as husbands. They're not doing the right thing. Let's look at the trajectory. Let's look at it. Men, let's be honest with ourselves.
Emeka, living in that kind of society now where divorce rate is so high, we are talking about 50-60%. So now you discover that because before you can raise a proper individual, whether male or female, the two parents has to contribute, whether male and the mother has to.
Simba, people are divorced in their 20s.
You know, that's what I'm saying. So
I'm
now you discover that because let me tell you, if you are raised by a single woman or a single man, like a man now, you won't know how to take, because you learn how to take care of a woman from your father, and vice versa. You learn how to take care of a man from your mother. So if you are raised by a single parent, definitely you are lacking something. And we have a lot of people. If you see somebody who is raised by a single parent, you discover immediately, you notice in the action of such a person.
Simba, what about those? What about those kids that grew up with their mother only because their dad already passed?
And that one is inevitable now. But this one,
are you saying they're going to grow
just
up?
hold on, Adewale. You are talking about maybe what percentage are you talking about now? But now in a situation whereby
put it in that context instead of generalizing about a single.
No, I'm talking about the ones from divorce. I'm talking about you are having like out of 100, 60% divorce. So those ones,
absence of a father is still the same, whether divorce or by. So father is not in the picture. How does that affect a child?
We can only do we are dealing with maybe probably 2% or 1% of that before. Now you have the percentage has increased to like 60.
You're not sure. You're just generalizing. You're not sure.
Adewale, you know what I'm talking about. Why are you just being silly?
We are being academic here. We're trying to probe things. We cannot generalize.
I agree.
Different contexts.
Professor Meka and Professor Simba, go ahead.
So, but my viewpoint, like what Wale said, whether the father died or the father is not there, let's be honest, there will be impact on the child. There will be impact on the child. But the funny aspect,
I'd like to disagree.
Okay, go ahead.
If you are looking for a child, don't let me use that example. I've seen and I've witnessed a child grown with just one parent, especially the mother, and turned out to be great, respectful, cultured, and academically sound.
That's an exception, and it doesn't make the rule.
No, that is not an exception. You know why? That's not an exception.
Why? Okay.
I think the environment that child grew up makes a difference.
The question
which environment was that? Exactly. Let's have context.
At what time? What time? Is it now or something that happened in the past?
Let's even leave the era. Which environment did that child grow up in?
Children picked habits from people around them in school.
Yeah, true.
At home, family, friends, people that they see more often. They pick habits from them, and it shaped the way they see life.
What you are saying now is that, which means the mother probably would have been doing well for herself to live in an affluent neighborhood.
Not necessarily affluence.
What neighborhood is that?
When a child grew up in an environment where
they're asking you a question. Tell us
exactly. Now, instead of going to the story, tell us the neighborhood.
We're not talking about affluence neighborhood. We're talking about
where does this one happen, and what?
I'm a great example of that.
Okay.
And I turned out great. And I say,
but again, now to interject, right? Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Yes, wonderful. We are happy, but you were not raised alone by your mom.
That is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Now you were raised by you were also raised by family members, right? And you could draw inspiration from these family members who are literally supporting your mom to do the raising of the children.
Hey, Meka, may God bless you. Let me tell you, I have have examples in my family. My father's younger sister has 4 children for 4 different men. 4 different men. But my father provided a platform for the growth of those 4 children. They grew up with us, and they bear my father's name. So you can't, when you see those ones now, you can't be citing them as an example of somebody raised by a single parent.
No, they were raised by a man.
Yes, they were raised in a very good,
but we don't have
conducive
that. So
environment.
we don't have that here in the West, right? Once a woman is single with a child, in short, she's close to poverty. She's on the poverty borderline. Because, yeah, go ahead.
I think we are missing something up. When I said growing up in an environment, I'm not talking about those people around coming to raise their child. The child grew up in an environment that is loving, environment that that child could be disciplined anytime if there's something wrong.
Well, that's the truth. That's the environment that was raising the child.
No, the mother is raising the child. But the
child, no, because you just made you are contradicting yourself now.
No,
you made mention that discipline, because we are from that same community. We know how it goes, right? We know how it goes. If they see, especially then, we also know that
community that raised you is the community that raised you.
We don't know that. Okay,
why are you denying this? You want to compare those times with what we're having presently?
This boy, Papa no deal. Make we no alarm, make him miss road. So the community raised you, and you turned out to be a success. But you don't have that here in the West. Everybody is in silo.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The mother played the role of the mother and the father in the life of child. But the child grew up in an environment that is devoid of chaos.
Okay.
Is loving.
Okay.
This good example around that he could imbibe and shape the way he grew up. Not that those communities coming around to help out or to do something. That child sees that there are certain things that you can't just do because that is the norm of the environment that she grew up, right? But that environment shaped that child's behavior in a way that the effort of the mother on the child
was less.
Yes, because the environment influenced.
No, you are still saying the same thing we are saying now.
So
now imagine you now, Wale. Imagine you, Wale. Hold on, Wale. Imagine you now being raised in the inner city of Chicago, no father. What do you think you will turn out to be? I can give you the answer. Don't think too much.
Well, you can even give me that way. What if he was raised in Mushin or Ajegunle?
I know somebody who grew up in the inner city of Chicago and then turned out to be great.
That's an exception. That's an exception, right?
Those people as an exception.
That's an exception. But many of them turn out to be.
The argument I don't really want to put up.
No, it's an exception. Many of them, we know how they turn out.
Why do you think when kids go bad, even in Nigeria, they send them to the village? They die. The same way you send somebody from the UK to come to Nigeria to because if they turn bad, I've seen that they are terrible.
People don't do that anymore. You don't send people to
no, I'm saying back in the days now, of course, not now.
Yeah.
Just saying back in the days. So that's Chicago's not the place. No. I was in Chicago during COVID, working some locums. It's not the place to raise any child, single or no single. Single to find out.
Yeah, thank you. Single or no single.
Chicago is a very terrible place to raise.
It's a terrible place. Whether you have a father or your mother, the environment alone will influence you to gangsterism.
Not the entire city now. Come on now.
The inner city. That's what we say in the inner city. But
you have it in every city now. You have it in any
problem. I need to go love that.
I don't know. It's like it's like that phone you change. You want to use it very well. You are trying to maximize this your new headset.
I'm trying to have a decent voice so that we won't just be sleeping and facing one direction. It's good to explore different arguments. That's why
guys, I actually came up here to discuss my governor. That's the reason I came up.
Wait a minute. So
go ahead.
I want to go because I have to go to work tomorrow. But by the way, I don't even know why we're discussing relationship stuff tonight. I thought that was reserved for Sunday for Doopsy.
It
Why?
was Adama came into
Your best
She needs
friend
to be.
Emeka.
to
Maybe she needs
douse
to come in
the.
for.
Your best friend Emeka that
She
came
needs to
that.
come
Yeah,
in. She needs to
she's
come
my best
into.
friend though. She came in to douse the testosterone
She needs
and
to come
change
But
the
in.
topic.
Emeka, I think Adama is more tolerable than what's this other lady
No,
that
I think
normally
I,
I'm
I, I like I like I like her, right? So it shows. To be fair, I
Adama will
was
allow you to talk. If
no,
it is
no,
what is her name?
Dupsy.
Dupsy will
Dupsy.
not even allow. In
No,
fact, she will
I
not even
don't.
allow
That's
you
why I
to
don't go
breathe
to her
at
show.
all.
I don't go to her show. Dupsy is very dismissive. But
She
Adama,
will have a
to be
topic and she
yeah,
tailor the topic the way she
when
feels.
she wants it, so she
Yes, the
wants
way
you
she
to say
wants it
what she wants to
exactly.
hear, and that typically that's women for you. What you want, what she wants you to hear. If you are not saying that, she will be dismissive. So, and I looked at it. I said, I can't contribute in this show. Let me leave her. That's why I don't go to her show. But Adama, to be fair, I was very, very harsh with her. Right, I was harsh with her, but she comported herself. It clearly shows. You see, that's the difference. So you can tell someone who can read the room as a woman, say this guy is angry with me, and she would try to she showed class. I don't know, she's not here, so I can see. I'm not trying to say it behind her back. Eh? You see? Okay. So but she when I was very hard to go hard because I knew where she was spinning. Women, when they like, oh, they don't like what you are saying, they don't want to hear it. They do themselves out of body. So I was trying to bring her, but then again, she comported herself. I give her the credit. I do give her that credit, and I think she would make a better host on Sunday
You
shows
need to
than
stop
Dusty.
when David Dupsy is not around. She should
Yeah,
step in.
let's move on from that. Let's
Hey,
not
so
discuss.
I have a contribution I wanted to make. Earlier, I was on the show, but one man always give the platform to Ogbeni to be lecturing every one of us on the legal matters. I don't even know why he does that.
He's probably
You know,
kitty now. So of course, that's
it's as if
Adewale and
it's as the
woman.
rest of
Adewale and woman.
it's as the rest of us are useless, just be listening like a student in a classroom.
No, but
Ogbeni,
it's always a delight listening to Ogbeni. I enjoy
Ogbeni
listening to
will
him.
come to the show and throw away his break. No break, no jam. Just be talking and like in a classroom.
No,
And
to
that's
be
why
fair, I enjoy listening
sometimes
to Ogbeni.
sometimes I can't take it anymore. I'll just shut it down and leave and come back. Then I'll say it's still on this show. Okay, I'll come back again. So earlier, one man talked about the flooding in Lagos. And I heard a lot of people, even there was an argument, I think, between you, Emeka, and your brother, man of prestige.
Okay.
You know, I was active on social media, especially on Twitter, and I saw what people were posting or tweeting or Xing, if that's the right word to use these days. And I marvel, or should I say, I was kind of like taken aback. Is it that people don't they don't want to do deep thinking or explore more to see, to get the fact? Somebody, I think Ogbeni was one that said, we go with the fact, but God knows the truth. Um, you know, Lagos is a city at the sea level.
Adewale, so you've
Yeah.
been listening all the way.
Now, I joined the show from the beginning up to this moment that I joined you guys. I
Oh,
always listen.
Ogbeni came earlier.
Thomas. They
So,
were less. When the personality cannot cope with that kind of agbero kind of about, he has to go for the
sometimes I enjoy it, but
no,
I'm
no, like
so
I mean, you cannot they contribute because of the way the format is. So
no, you get
there's
me
no way you
irritated
can.
sometimes. I like it organized where you can hear each other. And by the way, I was trained to do active listening more than just talking.
No, they were like, even I am like you, but I've been forced to I forced my way to even speak then.
I know once you come in, a question and answer will
won't
start.
let you
You
say
begin
anything.
to
You have to
dig
literally
people.
force your way in. So that's the way
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
So.
But some of these cities are the sea level, and that means constantly there will be the receiving hand of flooding.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
there are some big cities in the world with good sophisticated drainage system that got flooded recently. Dubai
Yeah.
is one of them.
Dubai,
Even
even New York.
New York, the H city is one of them. All these cities that are at sea level, they have always been at the receiving hands, not because of blockage of drainage or anything. And Nigerians are quick to always attach anything that goes wrong to the government. Even if the government decided to clear the entire road as a drainage today, that city will still be getting flooded. And if we ever wonder why the highland get more flooded than in the mainland, it's simply because it's closer to the
Closer
sea.
to the sea.
And and these are the signs of global warming. You see, people, we don't want to take it because we feel, well, the evidence is not in our face, so why should we even pay attention to it?
But they were sorry.
Hold on, Babati now.
No,
Wait. Okay,
no,
go ahead. Go ahead.
because you are comparing it to New York and Houston. The
No,
difference,
I'm just okay.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
those cities have almost like a pumping machine on the ground tunnel for water.
Hmm.
We don't have that in Lagos. Does not have some machine that is pumping out water.
It's not about pumping. It's not about pumping. It's what the nature is bringing to our doorstep that I want us to identify and to understand. We will continue to have, online, people are saying that the government is not doing anything. They will say, oh, despite all the money they are, getting in Lagos State, they couldn't get good drainage system. All the time, government is not pay attention to in fact, GRV, Variable Road Bible, tweeted something stupid, moronic tweet. Posted a picture of a drainage that has overgrown weeds, and talking about government demolition houses, that which one should have come first. And it happens that the picture was actually an old picture that was taken long time before the demolition even started.
He's a politician.
But no. And the commissioner of urban, what is the title again? Urban planning or whatever, posted a rejoinder, more like a Wawules kind of
Commissioner of Environment.
Thank you. And posted a reply more or less like a Wawules, like dragging somebody. And you see it on the social media how those people are lashing at the commissioner that you should be above this, should be more professional. But when he knows the fact, he has to laugh at somebody's stupidity. And we shouldn't join those bandwagon. What we're witnessing is going to be a continuous occurrence in our country, in this continent. Number one is because the world is changing. Now we have sometimes ago in Houston, there was a storm that you can even qualify.
Must it be continuous occurrence?
Because it's been a known fact that we have to take care of our environment. The level of what do you call it in the atmosphere is so high because of most of the deforestation we are doing, burning unnecessary.
The level of carbon dioxide.
Exactly.
Are you planting enough trees though, like we used to do before?
Dewale, you are right, and you are also slightly wrong.
Well,
yeah, the wrong part. Let me just pick on the wrong part. In terms of building properties in Lagos, or even in Nigeria, completely, we don't have good property planning. The supervision is weak. You see, how can property developers build a place, right, and they did not consider drainage that will go into the central drainage system? You don't do it. Where you live, they don't do it. It's not possible. We are not excusing that.
But that is not the major factor that causes
hold on. We are not excusing. That's why I say you are right and slightly. I didn't say you are right and wrong. I say you are slightly, because the water will still come. You can't stop nature. But after a while, like minutes, the drainage system that has been built would absorb that water and take it off. Not nature will take its course, and 3 days the water has not gone anywhere because the drainage system, there are no drainage system. It is not linked. People have blocked the canal. People have blocked the drainage, throwing in trash into them. So you understand? It is for residents, Lagos residents, to be complaining They are complaining on things they have created themselves. And then for government to also be responding, they are responding on weaknesses they are supposed to have addressed. So we cannot excuse them. Nature
Yeah.
we know that nature will take place.
Well, so
Right?
Emeka, you agree with me that
No, I do.
the blockage of drainage alone is not what causes the flooding.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Then I agree. I disagree with
It's
you there.
only the drainage is the nature would do what it's supposed to do. Like now in New York now, when the flood, after a couple of hours, the water all went into the drainage system, right? So it should not be something that will create so much damage. Like 3 days, everywhere there's still water everywhere.
Yeah, but
So it shouldn't be that way.
sometimes ago, the last hurricane that happens in H-Town, I mean, if you're talking about a city with a well-planned drainage system, Houston had it. But we had a storm where it wasn't really a storm, it was just a regular rainfall. And the entire city, or let's say half of the city, was covered in flood. Remember the last hurricane? It was plastered on the international saying everywhere was, people could see.
That's the hurricane. That is nature. Nature
I'm just
came
saying,
and we don't have the capacity.
But it was
Nature came and Houston does not have the capacity. But this one in Lagos or in Lekki, I lived in Lekki before moving. I know what I'm saying. Within the rainy season, it's always like that. It's always like that. Small rain, big rain. Always like that.
But at least people should desist from.
They are still sun feeling more and more, even with the reality that
exactly.
Exactly. Babati, sun feeling. If you can ask oceanographers or geologists and ask them about this, and I've seen some of the argument that you're trying to put forward that could also cause water, moving or the wave or all this. No, see, water will always find a safe place. But what we have here, the dredging, even the Aqua-Atlantic that was sand-filled, will still not make that much impact of the flooding that we now have in Lagos.
But Adewale, some of the area, especially that Lekki, you see some marshy area where water used to collect in Lagos now. People are now building houses in those places.
Yeah,
So
you'd be like, how are they building on literally water?
The entire Lekki was a swampy place.
So those are the areas where water used to collect before.
Swamp
now.
has a place.
Where do you want the water to go?
Swamps also help.
They can so there's a canal system that they built, right? I think Wahab, that's the commissioner. People are blocking Wahab. People are blocking the canal. People have converted the canal to simple gutters. A canal, they've converted it to gutters. People have even filled the canals. What do you expect? So yes, Lekki was a swampy place, but when the rain comes, the rain would find somewhere to go through if there is a passage, right?
I was reading one of the Awos biography. It talks about when he was taken to a prison in Lekki in the 60s. Actually, for the very first time, Lekki became popular because Awolowo was taken to. Actually, it wasn't even a prison. According to that story, it was more like somewhere converted to.
Because I wanted to ask you that there's no prison in Lekki now.
Yeah, it was. No. I know what I'm talking about, Simba. It wasn't a prison. It was more like where you put somebody on house arrest, kind of like when the military take you and they house you somewhere.
Okay. House arrest then.
And that was where he was kept. And it was swampy. As a matter of fact, some of the dignitaries that visited him had to use canoe to get to the location where it was in the 60s. So the tension was not even on Lekki. Now, because of the urban migrations and and there's no land available, and people are now beginning to move to those swampy areas, and there was no concrete, solid construction like that drainage system that will have helped those environments. People are just building, like you said.
Let us even talk about the quality of those buildings. Can they last long? Did they put in the structural architecture that they're supposed to put in place in a marshy area?
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Truly, if a hurricane hits Lagos,
no, hurricane will happen.
people, we are in a we are close to the
if
sea.
I see
Let me
We
give
are
Emeka,
you
not
guys.
in the
Let me give you guys.
tropical area
Guys,
that hurricane.
wait. Let me give you an update real quick. I'm watching this live now. They said the federal government has issued flood alert for 18 states and Abuja. So it's not even Lagos that's going to get this thing. So they're saying that they're expecting this to be in 18 states in Nigeria plus the FCT. So
As about,
for the last so.
they issue
yeah,
that Baba T, they issue that every year. Every year. All the states along the banks of River Niger and River Benue. That's how they issue it to them every year. And
Wait.
still, people will still, though what you discover is that the kind of flood that we have in Nigeria doesn't actually claim lives, because they are not really, it's just like an extension of, they are not like flash flood that would destroy things, that would claim a lot of life, cause them house. So people tend to, they will just leave their house for that main period, and then they will come back when the flood receded. And that's why we have been doing it every year in, year out, year in, year out. That's how, and all those houses, government will still leave them. They will not demolish, they will not ask them to leave. They will still continue to live in those areas.
But that Benue,
real quick. The story about the is it what do you call them? The pharmaceutical company, the Walmart.
BSK.
Yes. You see, on this show, people don't have patience for a fact. We make conclusion in our heart and we go with it. Damn every other evidences in our face. Now, we've said it before. And I think Baba Jale Koko also argued against this, or that the reason why some of these companies are leaving is because government policies and all that. We said it on this. Every organization, especially multinational, have a system, or should I say, a plan in place to absorb whenever there is a, incident of economic issues in their host country. And sometimes they downsize, sometimes they go into merger, and sometimes they apply or reinvent the profit back into the production of their product. But what you're saying is that some of these companies are living in droop because, number one, when you have companies that are into shoulder practice, cases like this will expose them, and they will not be able to stand the heat. That's why they are leaving. Their bottom line is to make profit, and when the profit is not coming in, guess what they do? Some of these companies are not even producing the product here. They bring them here, package them here, and label them and sell it to Nigerians. Whereas I think the law of the land says that any multinational coming in must have at least 30% of indigenous investor in the company or something like that. But this is a good opportunity for Nigerians that actually interested in going into some of this industry, especially the pharmaceutical industry, to be able to hijack or take over the space this company left behind. The reason being is that some of the product may not be patented because they're bringing in as a foreign and they patented in Nigeria. They can go ahead and go into partnership instead of them just completely liquidating the company in the country. We've seen it. We've had it on this show before.
Adewale, GSK, I don't think if they have any plant in Nigeria manufacturing anything. I think
They
they just
do.
have
They
what
legal.
they, eh?
They don't. I don't think they do. The one in
So it is very easy. It is very easy for them to carry their bag and say they are leaving.
I mean, look at the Diageo, the producer of Guinness. They've been in the country. They actually produce Guinness here, but the foreign investor, the investor from the parent company, also understood that look, you can't be going at a loss in a place where, number one, especially where you're not in the good book with their government, because company like that will always want to be on the side of the government. And when you have a government that is actually not in favor, yes, they want your money, but at the same time, they are not actually going to bring backward because of you. Because at the end of the day, you are still going to cut away this money away to your host country. I mean, to your own country. So, what is the case? What is the point where we cannot embrace the local?
But even the GSK, sorry, it's not only in Nigeria that they are living now. Even
Oh,
before they left
absolutely,
Nigeria,
absolutely.
they left Kenya and some other country. Not even here in Saudi Arabia. I discovered that in the last 1 year, if you are looking for their product, even in a pharmacy, you can't get it. You understand? So I
Yeah.
don't know why Nigeria are so fixated on. It's like Nigeria will like all these branded things that here in Saudi Arabia, most of the
No.
drugs that they use in their hospitals are actually locally manufactured, and they are good. You
Simba, they
yes.
complain, they complain, or what people are seeing is because you have big companies, multinational company, one after the other, living almost at the same time, one after the other, getting out of Nigeria. That should tell us something is not right.
So, is the local manufacturers closing shop as well?
A lot of local manufacturers are closing
In the
shop.
in the pharmacology department, they are closing shops.
Well, look, we don't have
But they don't.
understanding that. You cannot say they don't.
Okay,
A lot
let's dig deeper and
of
see if there's any local manufacturer of
Manufacturer Association of Nigeria came out with figures of manufacturing companies that have closed down. So it is not good. Look, Nigeria is a
Did you
country.
see federal government? I think the recent policies about lowering the cost of pharmaceutical product medicine. Have you heard about it, Babajale Koko?
They said they're going to lower tariff on imported
Yeah,
pharmaceutical. Yeah, we are talking about those in Nigeria.
and you don't see that it's connected to the exit of all these.
Baba
Those
Jale Koko.
in
I
Nigeria.
think I'm more conversant with pharmaceutical company in Nigeria.
Okay, go
If
ahead.
you are looking at things generally that are drugs that are very important, like let's say antibiotics, chemotherapeutic agents, all those medications that require high technology like insulin and all those things. All of these things are not being manufactured in Nigeria. They're all imported. The basic things that you can see being manufactured in Nigeria are those small things like analgesics like paracetamol, ibuprofen, hematinics like fesolate, folic acid, basically lower antibiotics
So,
like
look,
ampiclox, amoxicillin, you understand, cough syrups, and those ones they are still there. You understand? The ones and those ones they don't really have any huge impact on the healthcare of the people. The basic one are the ones that actually do good antibiotics which are not actually
Augmentin.
yes.
Yeah.
Most of these drugs, even augmentin, I think augmentin is also GSK. That one is beyond the reach of an average Nigerian because of the devaluation of naira. So you see all those things. I think what you supposed to have done earlier on is actually because all those medication in serious country they have domesticated them and manufactured them in their country. And I'm giving you example of Saudi Arabia here. If you go to earth is free to the any level you want to take. They can even fly you out if need arise, to go and treat their citizens outside the country free of charge. But you see that most of the medication you see in their hospitals are actually manufactured in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Timber. You see, all those medicines you say we don't manufacture in Nigeria, we used to manufacture them. But government bad policy.
I don't know that used to. I don't know that what that used to. I don't know when you are talking about, because most of these medications, even if you look at when they started manufacture them en masse, I don't think they even existed during those times that you are talking about.
Those antibiotics and all those medicines that you mentioned now, when we have all those pharmaceutical companies that are really working in Nigeria, do you know that in Yaba, that Yaba, we used to have this vaccine manufacturing plant there.
It's not Nigerian made.
Alabukun
is an analgesic now.
Don't worry.
Oh no, I mentioned those things earlier now. BT, the analgesics and all those. Those are the ones. They are still being manufactured in Nigeria now.
Yeah.
Panadol and all those things.
Yes, all those malaria, fever vaccine.
There's no vaccine for malaria. There is malaria drugs that you're talking about. There's no vaccine for malaria. We don't manufacture vaccine in Nigeria at any time.
We used to.
I said no.
We used to.
Which one? Which one? Which of the
we
vaccine?
have it in Yaba.
Which one? Yeah, let me tell you what is our research lab is in Nigerian Research Laboratory is in Yaba. Nigeria don't manufacture any vaccine. You can take me, quote me anywhere.
Well, maybe you have to go and check your record. We used to manufacture all.
Let me tell you all the vaccine. Let me tell you how we get vaccine in Nigeria. Even Nigerian government don't pay for the vaccine that we are using in Nigeria. All those are donations. All the vaccine in Nigeria are donated by international organizations. We don't have the capacity to produce any vaccine.
UNICEF
and
World Health Organization, they donate more of our vaccines.
Gavi, all those are the people. The Bill Gates and all, those are the people donating the vaccine that we are using in Nigeria. So they are never. The issue is this. I agree with Ajale Kuku. The business environment in Nigeria now is not actually very favorable, and there's no doubt that a lot of factories are closing up, both local and international. There's no doubt about that. But there are certain things they also need to put right. There are some of these things that are global. It's not only peculiar to Nigeria that these things are happening. Like this case of GSK and some of these multinationals that you are talking about, you also know that it's actually not peculiar to Nigeria alone. They are living in a lot of countries. And then there are so many of them also that are closing their shops because they are doing online business. And I think that was the time we discussed this on this platform. So we should always set the record straight. There's no doubt. I agree with you totally. The business environment is not conducive. A lot of factories are finding it difficult businesses are finding it difficult to survive, and a lot are also closing up because of the economic climate of the country. There's no doubt about that.
Simba, one thing is that we should also understand is that for every multinational company like this operating in any environment like this, Nigeria's environment, they know that the time will come for something like this, and they have to operate. Should I say? They also have to take into cognizance the fact that things are not going to continue, in a way. They chose not to. That's the reason why they are downsizing or closing shop in all this country, because the reason I asked earlier, how many of our indigenous pharmaceutical companies are closing down shops the way these multinationals are closing down shops? Abajade couldn't give me any of them. And the reason being is because they know that they have no place to go. But it's all about bottom line. All right. So they choose not to. Every organization does that. It's either they plow back their profit or they wait till government set a good policy, a clear-cut policy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here, but I haven't seen any local pharmaceutical company closing shop. The way we Nigerians look at it is like, oh, it's government policy. Government policy, yes, we are broke, but every company knows that sometimes it may not be in their favor, but that doesn't stop them. The same way we have the $1 stores closing shop, especially when the Amazon came into the picture. Some of these big giant retailing stores or companies have no choice than to be consumed and go into margin or completely close down the business because
Adewale, what is going on in America? One robot is on Amazon.
Amazon
Thomas, go and sit down.
There are some jobs that cannot go into automation. You still got to have the effect of human input in them. Just like you have all this surgeon now, you say machine should come and operate on you, would you be comfortable? But you still have
on that one, let me push back. That one is inevitable.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Robotics, no. You will still have human presence, but in terms of cutting and so the next 15 to 20 years, you will have robotics. Yeah.
But
maybe like your when it comes to like urology, you're gonna have like almost 80 robotics. Yeah. Next 10 to 15 years. That's what happens.
The way the things are going, I want to even round up quickly and leave this word for you people because you are just
Simba, don't leave us. Don't leave us. So please don't leave us.
It's becoming sickening, believe me. It's because I don't know where the world is going.
Manual Simba,
but he's a doctor now. He's supposed to be sophisticated.
Let me tell you this. I used to have a professor of anatomy as far back as maybe early 90s, and the man predicted that all these things that are happening. When he was teaching us then, I thought the man was talking fallacy. But most of the things are coming to pass now. To me, I don't know where is this world going. By the time the non-humans take over the whole work that a man being supposed to do, and then woman being will become redundant. Yeah. I don't know. We are making ourselves more redundant. That's the way I see it.
Simba, do you know what scared me? Thomas, do what scared me?
Yeah.
I was listening about Uber.
Simba, that is capitalism for you now.
No, don't go there. But what I'm saying is that I saw this thing about Tesla. I mean, in the next few years, you can literally drive your Tesla to work, right? You go to work, then you go to work, and your car will just leave and go and hustle for you. So you would dare to work. Your car will now leave you.
Go and do Uber and make money for you.
And when you're done, you come and pick you again.
Babati, ní China, robot ló ń ṣe rice. Ton rice lórí iná.
So about one day.
Turning rice on the fire.
Over one day, you see, over one day.
You know all those Chinese, but man, so rice is okay. Oh, then so rice is okay, bye. Oh, sauce okay. Oh, sauce okay.
Really? Did you see the one that was finding yam?
Mama need the.
A time will come that we will not even eat again.
ẹ̀yin ò ní ìyàwó mọ̀ ìgbà tí machine bá lè
No,
gbóná pàṣẹ.
No, that one is already here now. So people are marrying AI. BT. When women have already find the replacement for their own, men should also find the replacement also now. What are you talking about?
Market is there.
And Simba Tibinko, Abi.
Women, they have their own. They have the way they take care of their own. They satisfy your own. They don't need you. They don't need your prick any longer.
Oh my, no, Simba. The word is the last year they launched a drone taxi driverless that will be picking you up. They are envisaging the 10 years. It will be flying,
Thomas. That is why you see the developed world, and that's why you see that their fertility rate is so low. They are not even ready to get married. They are not ready to get much. But the problem is with developing countries. We don't have anything, and we are the one procreating like rats. All these people that we are now producing now, what will be their future?
No future.
Imagine that, Thomas, in your country, I know that by I think this year or next year, they are I think this year or last year, you are going 5G all the way. There's no 4G anymore. They even announced it in Australia, like, oh, we are done with 4G. It's all 5G.
Even if you have your 4G phone, it will work.
The 5G in fact burned down the Christ Embassy's church. The 5G is effect. Because he claimed that the 5G is...
Don't mind that one, Jad. Show them on ignorant but Nigeria, they still have 2G in Nigeria. 2G.
No. BT, there is a country in Africa where they don't even have this mobile phone that we are talking about up to now. They are still using land phone.
They are using GZM.
They are still using analog. Is in the East Africa now. Djibouti and all those countries are the Horn of Africa.
Tí ọba lọ síbẹ̀ ẹ kàn lọ máa gbá ojú wọn bẹ̀ yẹn ni ṣá.
Àwọn Ogun State people ṣá pẹ̀lú 419 ṣá.
No, but you know on the most
Baba Jale Koko. It's only that if some people like Ola will say maybe because we are living in the past, we old generation classify us as old generation that we don't see anything. I cannot see anything in where we are going that to me is actually making me to be happy. Believe me.
Simba, let me give you an example. If you ask the kids of nowadays about films, one more VHS, even CD gone, they know now it's streaming no more. Everything is streaming. More physical.
More cassette.
More. It's all online. It's in the cloud.
My 2 years old know how to go to on YouTube. Sure. I was surprised. She took my work phone and she said that person was trying. She couldn't get through the password. She was frustrated. She was crying. So I took it from her and I was wondering, what were you trying to do? She tried to watch YouTube. They practically, man, I wish I was born in this era, honestly. Where
so there's nothing good about this era. Don't deceive yourself. Let me tell you what is happening. You say you are surprised that your 2-year-old can go to YouTube. It's a mother that have taught her. Let me tell you, because women, let me tell you this. That is why you see that children carry their mom's phone every time. They are the one that initiated them into it. They will open all those things for them to be watching YouTube.
Not to disturb them. Not to disturb them.
Yes. So don't be surprised. In fact, let me tell you, even blinded ones, they know how to do it. I was surprised. I had the patients in the ward. Yes. Eh?
You say blinded one.
Yes, that are blind. They have already. I was watching one of my patients yesterday.
But that one, a man, this special phone, or those one always have one kind of special.
The guy was just he was just using. I don't know what they have taught him.
It's called the brick system where they can touch the.
They can touch. Yes.
They use like hand to do it. I know I've seen it before.
So don't be deceived. Ask your wife. Your wife will not be surprised. Only you. Maybe you are not aware of your environment. That's why I say you are surprised that your kid can go to YouTube.
No, look, how to operate YouTube without being taught is what I'm talking about. It's not. I'm not.
I said she has been taught. That's what I'm telling you.
Nobody teach her. Nobody. I'm telling you this.
Oh, so she brought it from heaven.
Simba, ṣé YouTube ní braille àwọn.
Kò yé mi fún o. Kò yé mi fún. How could you believe such a thing?
Listen. What you are talking
No. I was asking about the blind.
This Adewale, you are too naive. You are too naive to a lot of things.
Believe anything.
Hey, see your dad down this way. I'm telling you about. He watched the parents operating YouTube and other social media things, especially YouTube. We started with the educational video. And that's what we actually allow her to watch.
Cartoon
so,
and
No, not really cartoon. She started with by the time she was 2 years old, already reciting ABC and all those alphabet 1, 2, 3 up to 100, and we were impressed that is going to change. I mean, that is going to continue. And even in our class, she was among the first one that could recite ABC perfectly, even identify objects. So it was through the help of YouTube.
Let me tell you, Adewale, you are doing a lot of service to that your and all these things that you are getting. Let me tell you, is not appropriate for her age. You are not teaching her the appropriate age-related skills.
No. They were listen. You know, he's a pediatrician, so he's telling you. You gotta listen. Pay attention, man.
What you are getting, let me tell you, is not something that it can translated to being genius or whatever later in life. You understand? You are just deceiving yourself.
No, we're not deceiving. As long as our brain can,
you have left what you're supposed to learn.
She's still playing around. She's still
playing what? With what? Playing with what?
Look, let me tell you. Even the school system here, if Adewale doesn't even teach anything, the school system, once you jump into pre-K, if everything is computer. You understand? So the laptop they will give them. Laptop. What's the other one? iPad. Yes.
Tablet. I don't have anything against them using iPad or what I'm saying. You can put all those things. There are certain things that a child should know at certain age. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can put those age appropriate skills for them. You understand? On those iPad or whatever you want to use, any IT thing that you want to use. But what I'm saying now is that, and that is why we are getting what we are at the age less than 5. You can't be learning 1, 2, 3 and say you should be saying ABCD and should be learning spellings. That is not for that age. I'm not saying that if you teach them, they will not know it, but you are teaching them what is not appropriate for their age. The things that you're supposed to be teaching them, you are not teaching them morals.
She has morals now. You know, America, you know
instruction. Oh yeah, Yeah, teacher moral instruction.
Babajari Koko, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You know, when we are growing up, and those are the things that children supposed to be doing. They're supposed to play more. You understand?
Play more. Yes.
They're supposed to play more. You remember those days? That is when we will start learning how to ride bicycle. We'll be using our hands to do some certain things that want to manufacture a car. You want to do. Those are the things.
Outdoor,
it's not 1, 2, 3. It's not mathematics.
Outdoor activities.
Exactly. Want to build a house. How to build all those. Those are the things that you're supposed to be doing at that age, not to be saying you are proud that your child at age of 2 can say 1 to 100.
I am.
You be doing talk to your wife, husband and wife.
Timba, ṣé nọ̀nù burúkú yìí làwọn ọmọ máa lọ ṣe outdoor activity nígbà tó rò ń kọ 110.
Baba Jari Koko, you know we did all these things now. You can tell for you.
Let me clarify something.
You got
one voice.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Simba, the more serious notes. There are the P word that are everywhere in America. Don't let me use the word on the platform. The P word. They even have a place you can track them down your neighborhood. So people are scared of having their kids outside playing, or even in anywhere. So they prefer them being indoors for just safety of our money. So the world has changed than what you think it should be. I agree with you for development. I know that, but
let me
let's have your kid out there playing.
Babati.
When you go to, let me tell you, I'm sorry, Adewale. In Finland and all those Scandinavian countries, those are the things that they do when they go to school. You see them climbing trees, you see them riding bicycle, doing all those are the things that they do at that age.
I saw that documentary now. Was it the Libra guy, the fat guy that does the documentary? He was showing that even within that age, whether they are 7 or 8, they've already learned like 4 languages, and they're just playing half of the time at school. So how are they playing half of the time and they are learning all these languages? So they can speak 4 languages by them they're like 6 or 7 years old. It was amazing. I'm like, wow, this is
that's very good for their development.
That's why they have the best educational system in the world, and it doesn't make them to be dummies.
When you have to go to work, as he says.
But when you are teaching something that you learn at the age of 6 or probably 7 or 8, that's when you are happy that you are teaching your less than 2 years old.
America yóò bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ nígbà tí ọkọ bá ti gba yìí.
I don't know.
Ìyàwó gba West lọ. Tọ́lọ̀ jump ọmọ sí babysitter house. Gba nani lọ.
You know what's funny? My kids started going to daycare at the age of 6 months. Is it 6 months? Yes.
6 months care.
We are no, not 6 months. I think 4 or 5 there. That's when my kids started going to daycare. So when you have to go through all that, what do they do at the daycare? They play all day long, and you pay a substantial fee because you want them to have you don't want to subject your kid to
Why will the child go to daycare at 6 months or what?
Because the paid leave that you have the paid leave that you have from work only cover 3 months. After 3 months,
America around.
No. That is abuse. That is child abuse.
Máa wo nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ yìí sọ, máa wo nǹkan tó Australia ó dá sọ̀rọ̀ America.
Australia kangaroo man.
No, that is no. That is a child abuse.
Thomas, listen. Èmi nǹkan tí mo bí triplet lẹ́ẹ̀kan.
Wọ́n fàyà ẹ̀ kúrò lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ tó bá padà sẹ́nu
iṣẹ́. She had to quit her job for like a year plus. Because she's 3, you can't be paying for 3 kids. No. Just for the first 1 year and a half year.
No. Any mother taking a child to a 6 month, 4 months. That woman is wicked. Quit your job now.
No,
For
so
a year.
everybody now. It's not. You
So
can't.
you will be feeding them, if she quit her job.
What is the husband doing? The husband will cater for the house.
When the man has to work.
Thomas, sorry, gbogbo àwọn tó náà wà l'Amẹ́ríkà ọ̀lẹ ni gbogbo wọn náà lóbìnrin fi rí wọn fín náà fi gbàjọba lọ́wọ́ wọn. They are not ready to take responsibility.
4 months. 4 months.
They want to love Pashe, love Pashe.
They will not be talking. Your partnership. We are going to partnership. 50-50. Yeah. Weak men.
People, they can't live in this country. You know, when you are spoiled, they spoil them completely. That's why.
They will have locked him up in this country.
Simba mọ̀ wípé concentration camp la wà bí báyìí.
Even my PCF told me that, look,
tó bá ti jẹ́ wá lé ẹ dé wọ́n á fi ọ̀pá lé ẹ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní bó ṣe ń lé ẹran láti nínú ọ̀pá láti nínú ọgbà tó fẹ́ ẹran tó fẹ́ gbọ́ràn.
Adalekoko, anyone give back here as motivating? I've seen people with 2 kids. They quit their job because of the money you will be paying in the child care will tear your pocket. But if you are not working as a mother, the government will subsidize the child care payment for you.
That is the government that value.
Yes, so they prefer the mother to stay home for 2 years.
It's a work to because you have to train the next generation well.
Yes.
And that is why you see all these American people. That is how
Simba,
I don't know what to say about them.
Ridiculous. 4 months, 6 months to child care for what? What is the mother doing?
Thomas, so why do you think earlier, like 10 years of practice, even with this madam, we went locum now? Well, why do you think we do locum now? Locum does allow you the flexibility, so that way I'm not talking. That's because you cannot be doing full-time Polomo. You just don't.
No.
America, that's America for you. It's just a different.
No.
Babati, it's not about. It's not all this your partnership. You can decide.
No,
okay.
Partnership. I don't agree with partnership now. I know that. I'm just saying that on my own part, not because I couldn't afford it, but I knew how it will affect her.
The question I want to ask, if you have an agreement with your wife,
right?
You want to have, let's say you agree that okay, you want to have 2 kids, and let's say okay, within 5 years you want to do that, and these 5 years you are not going to work. I'm going to provide everything for you. I'm going to be the one.
Simba, we agreed to 2. God gave us.
There's some lifestyle you can't live in America.
So but this is my point. I said for bonding, so in my own opinion, even Simba is a pediatrician. I think even scientific. I think if you look at data, to baby at least 6 months to 1 year the mother is supposed to be with the child.
Yes.
The bonding, you're supposed to be working on a good. That's the way it's supposed to be. But the reality is that unfortunately, in the system that we are right now. So
that's why we are not raising human being again. We are raising animals.
No. It is a child, and you guys in America, we protect our child.
No. I went to
with which are you? Even during your time too, that the elders will say, even during the period of our Baba, some people will say, so the fact remains this, what is that thing we keep changing.
like someone said, okay, people that goes to preschool, when you go to preschool, you are simply playing. The only difference is you were not wearing pants or maybe without pants, and you are playing on the street and you are doing Baba Cherokee and you are playing all those stuff. Those preschool kids here too, they will play throughout the day. But the only thing is that they play in a structured way, that they are even exposed to some kind of game that you never dreamt of too. So it depends on how you see this thing. So they care about what you load your children even before the normal school.
You have, Ola, we started by your Ekiti counterpart. He said that by age of 2, his daughter can say 1 to 100, and he was happy. I said, no, that is not age appropriate skill.
Baba, I could not read Yoruba language until I got to primary 3. I was shocked that my son could even read English. I was saying Yoruba, I was not even saying English. You understand? English na another task entirely. Out of this water for me at primary 3. I know Sabi read English well for that primary 3. Even if I read, but not that I understand. But these kids these days, they will read English perfectly. In fact, they will correct you.
But Ola, let me tell you this. I have the privilege of being a lecturer. You understand? But I can say it with facts. What I learned in secondary school, I could still remember. Those kids, when you even ask them what they were taught last semester, they cannot even recollect. And if you ask them, these are the kids that their parents, like Adewale, will say they are proud of. When they are at the age of 2 or 3, they can say ABCD. What we are saying is that let me tell you, if we think that because they learn certain things early will make them better later on, we are joking.
Well, we are not forcing the kid now.
No,
they are just
Simba, we have to separate. When you talk of those kids, which kid are you talking about? The Western kid or our Nigerian kid? Let's separate.
What is the difference now? What is the difference now?
No. Kid is kid.
No, Omokolomonje. See, in Western world in Canada here, except you're an international student, you cannot finish bachelor degree at the age of 19. Could possible. See, it is age. If you are, it is age. You go to grade school by age. Even funny enough, you can even see someone that you can. Okay, look at it this way now. I'm even forgetting it now. Now, if you were born in October, let's say you were born in October like 6 years ago, someone that was born in January like 2000 like 6 years ago can start, let's say, grade 1. But someone born in October, they won't allow you to start grade 1 until the following year.
They still do that here in America.
The same system America and Canada use. So the thing is this.
Ola, please let me ask you this: when the child starts school, I'm not saying about this nonsense American preschool or school of tea, because here you don't go to school until 5 years old.
You don't go to school until 6 years. You don't go to school until
but your mother can take you to child care. That is child care. It's not school. But they start school. No, we don't call it school here.
No, you call it preschool. Child care.
No. Here it's child care. They are going to play.
Now pay them. They pay for preschool now. That's why I'm saying that this is just language. Preschool here now pay, you go they play.
We call it pre-K here, pre-kindergarten.
Exactly, pre-kindergarten. They have their own specialized care. You know the sign that they do.
Yeah, they will play with, because if you are not 5 years, you cannot start school, because that's 4 5 years. They want you to play
Play is about play.
They don't mind Simba. I support Jare. They don't mind this.
Hey, sure, America.
Now only Nigeria you put 3 years kid in primary 1.
Primary 1 lost
brain
almost
the hand
3 years old.
Brain the hand. You see, do you know what? Okay, don't let me be an hypocrite because I left from primary 4 to secondary school. I mean, going hypocrite. Normally supposed to go to primary 6, Abby. That's the way.
Primary 6, primary 5 and 6.
It was 6, but they were allowing primary 4, primary 3 to even take common entrance.
Hey.
Which is not supposed to be so. You now see all these kids that are 7, 8, 9, 10 year, 9, 8-year-old in secondary school.
The only way you can jump here is if you do homeschooling. If you do homeschooling, that's the only way you can jump.
You can always keep. But
you say you're underage, you want to enter university here in Canada, and you're a Canadian. Now, like you know, go there possible easily. Like in fact, you will get that.
Okay, looking back, there were people that I went to primary school with that were brilliant, like this guy called Olanisimi. I forgot his last Olanisimi. Yeah, very sharp guy in secondary school, in primary school. But when he got to secondary school, he go be sometimes manning a way of evaluating kids to know where they belong or how to place them properly. I can unlock more because okay, your people, everybody thinks at 16, you must think at 16 at the same time. No, it's supposed to be that way. You need to do individual assessment of children. Okay, don't say because they are here, so you have to be
in any distraction, Connie. There's no way you can be very good, an excellent student in primary school, and up in the secondary school. There's something.
He fell off in.
It happens a lot, so Baba Jale Koko.
It
happens a lot. You even see some people do very well in secondary school. By the time they get to university, they will not be able to cope.
No, Ajale Koko say you are distracted. That's why
I know of people that doesn't do good in primary school, and then they
even secondary school.
They
let me agree with him. Okay, let's even say that is true. What I'm saying is like, what is the job of the counselor to find out what's going on with the child? If somebody is very smart in primary school, back then we should have counselor that will call you. What's going on? Why a grade dropping? They had them before now.
Yes.
But
what happens if your money back in Philly, they will move them to the back of the classroom. Nobody cares about them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Whereas they are supposed to force them to be in the front of the class to be answering questions. Not
because the foundation.
Babati, what determines you sit in the front now is how much you can give the class teacher.
Yeah, they call them teacher's pet. Teacher's pet. They are the pet of the teachers. They do after you're supposed to be that. Like I was always in the middle of the class because our parents were very active in the PT.
I
was in the middle now. No, I wasn't like all that. But I'm saying that I have seen people that they were very, very smart in junior secondary school. When they got to senior secondary school, because freshie science, they were supposed to go to art or commercial, but because they say you must do science, so they forced them to do it. So on, give up.
So we that will be drinking palm wine at the
So Babati, a person like me now in primary school, I led my entire school. In fact, I was one of the best in my local government. In my secondary school, my mate overtook me immediately. It didn't even take time. You understand? Out of 100, I started falling within the first 20. Whereas before, you will find me within the worst scenario within the first 3 to 5. So some people now cut up. Now, you know what come up? Even there was a time that I even failed physics and chemistry as a science student. But that was when I discovered myself that okay, there must be something for me to get. I started looking for analogy, something to I will use something within my environment just to kill that thing. That's why that.
Bola, that is you. No. Like this, my question to you: 12-year-old, 13-year-old child, to one junior secondary school 3, to the take exam for that. That person is too young to make that decision at that point. With that guide, with that counseling, with that guidance. Because it's life changing now. No. I'm saying that in America, you can go to high school, get to college, and still change your mind about your career course. Nigeria,
Yes.
once you choose in junior high, go for science.
That's what you stick to. Yeah.
That you cannot only go to you can go from science to the other two, but those 2 years it's very hard to go to science when you're
Science. No, it's very difficult
and
unless
it's
you are
wrong.
very brilliant.
That system is a flawed system. So fear now because you cannot change your mind.
I don't disagree with you anyway. I agree with you.
System you allow for because what if I try science team like it? Then what happens to me?
What do you mean by I don't disagree? Okay, what kind of English is that one? I don't disagree.
I do not disagree. It's a correct English now. Correct me.
But
I do not
agree or disagree. Which one I don't disagree?
I do not disagree with you. It's an English statement.
Guys, Simba, but you get my point though. Like I think making that life-changing decision at 13, 12 years old is wrong in my own opinion. To say because somebody took an exam and they must science, back then, what
they used to do those days is not even you are not even the one choosing for yourself. Once they discover that you are a little bit brilliant, then they will say, no, you have to go for sciences.
But you are missing the point. Parents have influence, even if you don't do it. They'll say,
that's what I'm saying. Either parents or even your teacher. Even your teacher, your parent are the one, they will be the one saying, no, this is what I want you to become.
I understand. Although you see,
and then the decision, let me give you an example. You don't know that it's not only the academic exploits of a child that's what you use to judge that child. Even maturity. You understand? There are certain classes that there are certain maturity you have to attain to get to his class. It's not by academic exploits alone. You can write common entrance at even primary 3 or primary 4 and you pass. But by the time you are getting to that secondary school, are you prepared for that? Your maturity, has it reached that level for the kind of people you are going to meet there? And that is why it explains.
When we are meeting a bad person like Simba in secondary school, how are you going to, probably Simba was like 20 years and a kid of 9 years.
Oh my God.
So that is why you see that some of them, by the time they get there, they will perform well in primary school, and then you get to secondary school, they will not be able to match up. It's not because they don't have the brain, but they don't have the maturity, they don't have the resilience to cope with the stress that comes with it.
Simba, I remember my auntie, his daughter, his first daughter, he passed the common entrance at 4. Yes, okay, no. You will pass to 5, you will go to primary 6. Why rushing? Where are you rushing to?
But who asked him to go and write in the first? Who register him for the common entrance?
No, it's the school, not romantic one. Your child is brilliant. Let her go for common entrance. Yeah.
I can understand what Simba is saying. Look at when I did tertiary now. Just imagine someone that I'm 6 years older than. You understand? We did the same class. And me, I be NFA paraku.
But they will say, it's also cultural. So they will say, if you don't leave now, but we're anything, we want to feel on my feeling.
That's our parent. That's
the world of the thing. We want to be that kind of stigma now.
You see that time in my hostel, that time, we used to switch off our generator by 12 o'clock. And I get this thing, I carry, I go carry the system. I go, they play Ajana, Guti, Daraba. I will go just the dance. And people too go, they dance after. I understand what you are saying. And meanwhile, I have my way of passing my exam because the thing is this, I am very analytical. The course I did was very easy for me to pass. and you follow people like that. So in the same way, you will be influenced badly. I got it, because you don't have a majority. Because me, that I'm dancing, I'm singing, by the time I woke up in the morning, maybe I quickly read like 1 hour, then go to the class. I be the one to be master lecturer at Jekaki, all those stuff. So I was able to cope, but you know, I will find some people like that in the school that time that they are NFA, but we will never see where they were reading, and they will lead their department, you know. And if you don't have such kind of majority, truly, you can be misled.
You follow them now. You follow them. Let me tell you, I have a niece that got to university at the age of 15. You understand? But let me tell you, let me just summarize. She started going out with some people, and let me tell you, she compensated for that time that she gained. She lost it, both in school, even after school. You understand? You know, that is what we are saying, that there are certain things that is the age appropriate. But if you want to achieve early than the age you're supposed to achieve it, to me, there is going to backfire.
You pay for it. You pay for it.
You pay for it.
You see, when Simba talk, and see that is just
there are many factors in Nigeria that make all those parents be afraid, because you see, because of our environment, family, they are always afraid that let them put their children through school before they join the bad guys. Let them put the ladies, the girls child through school before they just go carry something, come home for the parents, so that they won't be able to go. So a lot of factors, because especially in that Lagos, you know, Lagos is a very bad place. You understand? Especially those people going, they face me and slap. So a lot of societal factors, you know, what they will teach them in this Western country to avoid some things, you know, when they get to a particular level, they start giving them some kind of education for them to be able to know how to handle boys, all those stuff. But in Nigeria, there they don't teach. So some parents, they are always afraid. They quickly want to put their children to go before they.
But the school they are pushing, the school they are pushing them to is the most dangerous place.
They will not get exposed.
Yes. It's
I've been telling them from Thomas, when they say the girls, they will say if any boy touches you, literally you'll be pregnant though. They will not be crying.
They will be pregnant. All those,
because there's no education, you know, but they will not go to university. Come on, you know how that goes now.
Babati, is that your picture on your profile?
What did you say?
Is that your picture on your profile?
No comment. Let's move on.
And ibi tí mo trophy ni tó mo trophy ni Babati èèyàn burúkú tó mo trophy.
So, but my point is that there were systems put in place, guidance counseling, that all those things were put in place to assess, evaluate. I remember even in my own school, even if you pass common entrance, you see at an interview with your parents there to figure out how your placement. If you want to stay in, they will say, okay, this one is too. This one might need a boarding house because we don't. So they will have people that will look after you in school because of if you're too young to even come in. I mean, if you're coming in way below the, I won't say required age, but the norm, they will just monitor and follow up with you to make sure that you're okay. Yeah, you can cope. But now it's just like if you have money.
Babati, just imagine a teen, because I still call 15 as a teen. A 15-year-old girl now get admission to university like OAU, that I want Baba 26, 27, they are entering together, or 50 or 25. Do you know how they will maltreat that 15-year-old?
I mean, there are smart, like the last one of the family, Kumi got into secondary school at
don't mention him now.
Oh, short shit, I forgot. She took exam in primary 3, Lotiwole. Primary 3, she did exam at primary 3, and she got in. Wow. Yeah, So some people, but she just smart like that. But she's always very, yeah. But she
Baba
bent here, Benny, smart here. Obe, to my baby, and so she's like, personality, so people are very different. But I'm saying that the issue I have is Ola. I think their parents kind of push them that even though you're not meeting the grades, just let's find a way to even push you in.
Let my people go.
Okay, we're not àwọn ẹgbẹ́ ẹ ni àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tí ń pàṣẹ àti pàmò ẹ̀fọ́ pàmò ẹ̀fọ́ kí ló ṣe ń bẹ̀ ó máa lù sí àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀.
Because BT, because we have turned children to tools of pride.
I think I completely agree with you guys because they are taking those children's childhood away from them, and and to me, it's not fair. You that were doing
there will be crisis later, whether you like it or not. It can manifest by the time they start working. It can manifest in their marriage. It can manifest at any time. It will manifest.
They are losing the social skill now. You know, the social skill they should have developed early. You know, the bonding they should have developed.
It's gonna be. No, I mean, some people do better. I mean, but no, don't get me wrong. My point is that there are people that are actually naturally they are gifted to skip classes and go out. But when you force a child to skip classes or to go to secondary school, university early, and you know that they are struggling there, but yet you are still I'm a higher coach phone, I coaching class phone, can't help with. No, but he's struggling. No science in the only, but let me come and see your teacher. Let me go and see. No, they're going to at the end of the day, oh my, your leg bang, you now see them in
there will be lapses somewhere.
No, you see them now.
Even Baba T, àwa gan tó jẹ́ pé a ní kíní gan mo struggle pẹ̀lú English ní secondary school burúkú. You know, ìgbà tí mo kọ́kọ́ ṣe tí mo kọ́kọ́ la nọ́mbà yìí mo lọ gba tíṣà ni. No, tí mo kọ́kọ́ la nọ́mbà yìí.
Ọlá o máa rí wọn now ní GCE center.
I'm even talking about our own time. You understand? But in fact, although like I said, now me pick my physics and chemistry myself, but mo learn in English until mo lọ gba teacher fúnra mi. But mo gba teacher yẹn ni mo ṣe wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wà okay. Because naturally, can it pay what they were teaching us that time? If we were going through as it was supposed to be, I should not be struggling. Although I want to agree, we didn't have we used to exaggerate some things too. But when I look at the type of school I went to, happened to be one of the best in my local government too. But I can tell you, we didn't have physics teacher, we didn't have chemistry teacher, and the English teacher we had that time was just one NC guy like this. Now just to come and be doing grammar, the big lady, people would be saying, but we will write and say I will fail. We will write and say I will fail. It took I got a teacher to start, who started teaching me that, oh no, this how to take this. Don't speak grammar.
But I'm saying that the reason why you were struggling because the foundation, maybe at the primary level, maybe they didn't make adjustment when you were struggling in something. T1 identify at that time. Luma yole
I got your point. I didn't even start school so early like that too. You understand? I didn't even start school so early like the kid of this day like that too. You understand? And I still get mama will be teacher. You understand? I still get mama will be teacher, but I still struggle, right?
Okay, let me tell you, Ola, so how do you see yourself now? If you want to enjoy yourself where you are today, do you have any regret? Do you think that what you're supposed to have achieved, you have not achieved it based on maybe because of your background or because of that kind of education that you have earlier on?
No, saying that for a local I take school now, so my own case is different. So I no regrets. The only regret was the time I went to the Polytechnic all this university Polytechnic dichotomy. You understand? Used to give me some kind of headache that time. So now only that one. Other than that, no regret too, because like I said, for my school, oh my goodness. You see the mouth organ at the preso. Now from secondary school, get to that place. I enjoy my secondary school, everything, no pressure. So nobody nobody they
and
want pressure on me.
to be honest with you, Dewali and Ola and everybody, thank God I chose. I mean, because I could have gone to private second. Thank God I stayed with the public secondary school, even though it's technically like the way it's designed. It's like it's a legacy school, but that public school experience, I cannot trade it for anything.
I'm telling you,
You can. I'm so I want to what people that went to private schools in Bayern, they will even be we miss you guys though. We want to come back, even though they were so-called the elite, whatever. They will come and hang out with us and stuff.
It's not because it's not because your parent can afford you to take you to
because my father went to the same school, uncle went to the same school. Almo, it's a legacy system. You must also go there too. Like, come on, this is just
So BT, what happened in secondary school that time that is what is actually now happening at the university level now. You see some people, they say they go to private university where they are asking them, they teach them, I mean, this is the kind of clothes you can wear. At this time you have to be in the chapel. Yeah, like secondary school.
Video maybe like 4 years ago. When you call Kunle, for the way they had to kneel down and raise their hand in university. When he really it was this school in Otta. I think it was Kenyaland. Yeah, it was Covenant. Yeah, Covenant.
Yes, now they structure their life for them. This is what you have to do at this social period. This is what you're supposed to do. There's no social life. No social life. And then you look at, okay, who are the students themselves? How old are they? You go, you see kids. You see
Simba.
Kids in university. Kids.
Simba, my wife went to Bangkok. Can you imagine what they call Jeron? Tofu. Wàrà ni wọ́n jẹ. Irú ayé wo ni? Bangkok
No, Thomas.
They can't eat meat.
Uncle Thomas.
Yeah.
Is it Babcock primary or secondary school?
University.
Oh God, that's funny.
Adult, you are restricted adult.
I'm telling you, like some of them.
They can't eat red meat. They don't serve red meat. I want them have one. You can't cook your food.
Some of them.
BT. 3 days ago, I was speaking with one of my colleagues. Our son is in Bowen. Bowen is this Baptist university now. Bowen.
Yeah.
He is even in the medical school there. The guy is a Muslim. So on the Eid day, this last Eid, they now asked them to go to chapel. The guy has to lie that he was sick, that couldn't go. You understand? Because if you don't go, you'll be punished. Can you imagine that kind of thing? So as a university student, you're supposed to be an adult. You should be able to decide whatever you want to do for yourself. You understand? You are still being regimented. And I'm now wondering, what kind of adults are we raising?
Now,
let's do this way. They are no. They are okay. But under Nigerian law, you are by 18. That makes you an adult, right? 18 years old, right? 18. So technically, those kids are in university first, second year, they are still under 18. So they are still kids.
No, majority of them, even some of them will finish before 18.
So don't blame the school now. I think we're 18 now. So
let me tell you, if you look at JAMB, let me tell you this. I don't know how we got to this, and there's so many things even in our law that we're not following any longer. As if you look at JAMB law up till now, you cannot enter university until you are 16. But you still see some people coming even on social media that they will go and say, okay, my daughter or my son is entering university at the age of 13 or 14.
No, Simba, if not because of abnormality, 6, 3, 3, 4, you should be 6 years before you start primary school, right? 6 years. Add 3.
No, they didn't say 6 years. So 6, that means you spend 6 years in primary school. That's
No,
what
no,
it
no,
means.
no. Normal school age in Nigeria, I said that I think should be 6 years. You should not start school before 6. You should not
But
start
now
before
that Adewale, like people like Adewale is like clapping for his son, that
See, those kids going to Babco. Shiku, you're going to Madoku, Ahoma, Babco. I mean, what is the essence of things? I'm just saying, when you're
they even compel them to go to service in Covenant. Everybody, you must come to you must attend their church service.
you must attend to. Yeah, it's a must.
What kind of university is that?
Those kids are the one that you will send abroad and they will join the alphabet people. That's old now.
Unlonely Ben, you want need the instrument.
It's just that is not university now. You are an adult. You supposed to do.
I know. Okay. No. The issue is this: how did we even raise them from home? My brother's daughter, till when she finished university, she cannot even go out on her own and take a taxi.
Hey.
That is something.
She cannot even cross road on her own. Like I want to cross road from one side to the other.
Man, go sleep, guys. It's been wonderful.
Yes, I was thought I'm done. You know, best shot there. That was it. Oh my God. The first daughter in our family to go to university, my auntie's daughter, OAU. Now is coming home. No, they always take her there, drop her there. Is coming home. The mother still want to put almost like 120,000 in the field to come and pick her at Ife. Money, auntie, almost is an adult. Let her go to a transport public.
You know what I used to tell my Thomas. What I used to tell my children, I said, come. I told them, I said, you know, I'm from a polygamous family. The university I graduated from, six of us graduated from that university. My dad did not even know the gate to that university. So I don't know. The kind of the way I don't know for you people who are abroad though, but the kind of upbringing that we are giving to our children, especially in Nigeria, especially the so-called middle class and all those things, is ridiculous. We are not real, and that is why they cannot any little stress like this, they will break down.
I have an auntie that has a school like in that Ogun West secondary school, private school, big. You know, because of the fee that they are paying those that school now, they can't discipline the children. If you touch anybody, you just come and say, "How dare you touch my child?" Like they can't even let me talk to him or her.
Yeah.
Now, secondary school, you're not doing counseling, like what that behavior. No, you might Simba. They are doing timeout in Nigerian secondary school. That school, timeout. Timeout. Wow, really?
And I tell my sister, money, my money auntie, money share wa okay, sha. Ọmọ yín kò mọ lè wọ public transport láti Ifẹ̀ wá sí Abẹ́òkúta. Wọ́n ní ẹ̀ kò worry. Mo ní no.
Weekend, boyfriend in
no, Babati, and you now discover that they will finish like that if they have the networking and the something. They will be the one that will get the same job for them. They will marry for them. They will be the one arranging the marriage and arranging their life till they die.
Wọ́n ti any pressure of life kankan rárá pé rárá. Mo ní no. Only let's try. There's no Abeokuta straight from Ife. Wọ́n ní ó bá kọ́kọ́ dé Ìbàdàn. Mo ní tó bá dé Ìbàdàn ńkọ́ is the university 100 level. Agbọ́mọ yóò ń ṣọmọdé mọ́. Ìgbà tó délé,
what is even the distance, Thomas, what is the distance between Abeokuta and
Ife?
When you discover during our own days, you go, some people go to ABU Zaria, some people went to Maiduguri.
By themselves. By
themselves, yes, now.
The gate
some
of
will
their
even take train. You take train. Some will take even a truck because they don't have transport.
My sister said, Umati Bele, Umati Wale Fure.
College. My family only came here my first day in the dorm room in college. That was they only came that day, and they came back the day of graduation. That was it. I bet carry what's your let's go and that see you for it. That was it. Then I didn't think for what?
No. It's just there's no pressure now. If they come out of that university, small labor market pressure like this, they will break down. They can't put their life.
The issue is that when we talk, some people will say the world has changed. We agree that the world has changed. Has it changed for better or for worse? That is the question. We're not talking about change. And that's why you see all these things, small time. Now, marriages, because you have two immature people getting into marriage. What will be the outcome? What kind of children are they going to raise?
What are they going to raise? Yeah. Oh, my bro.
Who do you think is going to be raising the kids for them? Is the grandparents now?
Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll take care of the kids. Go and work. Mommy, buy me one money.
Yeah, I wonder. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Simba, thank you so much for saying long. Yeah. Everyone, yeah. In the comment section. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Our great Nigeria is very possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, Obi, I'll be obedient and useful. Obi, oh yeah, Obi, get it, Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Okay now. Ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀nsí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Ewo, abeg ye.
Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Nigeria we èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as simple that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. Ọmọ Naija ẹ̀yin dá Nàìjíríà wé èdè. Our own dear native land. Nigeria we èdè. Our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all, I'm proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be as simple that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.